Meine Damen und
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So everyone is already having a discussion. This is a good sign. It's quite good that we can meet in person at the Foreign Policy Conference, which allows us to have better conversations. So welcome to the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. My name is Imme Scholz, and since April last year, I've been the new co-president together with Jan Philipp Albrecht, who will welcome you after the lunch break. With today's final event, our 23rd Foreign Policy Conference will come to an end. And we are quite happy that so many friends of our foundation have made it here. Today's topic, the new security situation in Eastern Europe and the war in Eastern Europe, has been a topic that is quite a difficult topic. Germany's self-image is the image of a civil power. The Greens have their base in the peace movement. And since the end of the Cold War, we all hoped that, despite all difficulties, we could work together with Russia on a European peace order. However, this hope was shattered by the Russian attack on Ukraine. So now we have to understand this new situation with all its consequences for Europe, for the transatlantic relationship, and the international relations altogether. Namely, that in the foreseeable future, there will not be unanimity with Russia. Now we rather see an opposition against Russia or opposing Russia. So in the course of the so-called Zeitenwende, we have to raise several questions. And some of the questions actually focus on the DNA of the German, also the Green foreign policy. At first glance, it affects our pacifist roots, our self-understanding as a bridge builder between opposing blocs, and also our civil conflict management. However, at a second glance, it also affects the new or the readjustment of debates. For example, a legitimate intervention and the responsibility to protect, because without, keep in mind the UN Charter and strong regional security architectures, we will not be able to make headway, as Ambassador Kimani told us in our meeting 2 days ago. The foreign policy debates of the past months evolved around supplying heavy weapons, battle tanks, howitzers. All these are terms that we were not very familiar with in the past. And as at the end of the 1990s, when it was about the Kosovo mission, it also evolves around the responsibility of Germany for Eastern Europe, also against the background of the German war of aggression more than 80 years ago. So the ones derive from this responsibility the necessity to show restraint when it comes to military support for Ukraine. The others demand quite the contrary. So the atrocities of the German Wehrmacht of 80 years ago require the utmost support for Ukraine today. This is what the others say. So this brings us to the first topic of our session. So how do we want to act today and support Ukraine in its fight for survival as an independent and sovereign state? What kind of protection can we provide to other Eastern European countries that are being under threat by Russia, that are being destabilized by Russia? The question does not only pop up today, but also tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, because it's quite clear that Moscow does not want to let the former satellite states of the Soviet Union become really independent. And in terms of the prospect, how can a cooperation with Russia look like that really affects the roots of this insecurity? So we will have to ask and answer these questions time and again. So we have to look ahead and we have to face up to this new reality. The immediate reality, how can we help these states to maintain their sovereignty and also their territorial integrity against this Russian neo-imperialism? And there is not a simple answer to it, but we as Germans, as the Greens, we are demanded to provide answers. We need to give answers. This is why today's event will be very interesting. This morning we will look at the region with a security policy perspective, and we are quite happy that Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former NATO Secretary General, is here. He has worked on a security concept for Ukraine, which he will discuss with us today. So thank you very much for that. In the early afternoon, the Foreign Minister will talk to us, and we are all looking forward to it. And afterwards, we will raise the major questions in terms of the German and Green foreign policy, and it's worthwhile staying here. So I wish all of you an interesting conference. And now I would like to ask our first main speaker, Anders Fogh Rasmussen. From 2001 till 2009, he has been Danish Minister President and afterwards Secretary General of NATO until 2014. And since the end of his office as NATO Secretary General, he has been an independent policy advisor and analyst for democracy and security questions. He has also been an advisor of the former Ukrainian President Poroshenko, and recently, together with Anna Yermak, the head of the Chancellery of President Zelensky, he has worked on a security concept for Ukraine. So, Mr. Rasmussen, welcome to the Foundation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And let me start by expressing my very strong appreciation of the stance of the German Green Party. I know that there are many representatives of the Green Party in this room. I think your commitment to human rights, the rule of law, rules-based world order has been strong in opposition and now also in government. I really appreciate that. If I were a German, it would be hard for me to choose between, FDP belong to my political family, but it might be that if I were German, I would run for the Greens. But niceties aside, let me go directly to the point. Putin must not be allowed to win the war in Ukraine. If he gets success in Ukraine, he won't stop. Next, he would take Moldova, then Georgia, and eventually put pressure on the three Baltic states, in particular Lithuania, to create a corridor from motherland Russia to the Russian enclave Kaliningrad. And if he gets success, if he gets away with taking land from his neighbor, that would send an extremely dangerous signal to autocrats across the world. Xi Jinping would conclude, okay, if Putin can get away with taking Crimea or Donbass, then I'll try Taiwan. Why not? So it would send a dangerous message. And the rules-based world order will collapse, and it won't be the rule of law, but the rule of the strongest that govern the world. That's why it's needed that we deliver all the weapons that Ukrainians need. Let me thank wholeheartedly the German government for the decision not only to deliver Leopard tanks itself, but also to allow other countries to deliver Leopard tanks. Having said that, I'm very much disappointed to see how difficult it is to build this famous tank coalition. So finally, Germany took a very important decision. I had expected other countries, all the European countries, to follow suit. We have 2,000 Leopard tanks in Europe, so we could easily send 200, 300, as requested by Ukrainians, to Ukraine and still be well protected. So my plea is now you should deliver those Leopard tanks and build that tank coalition. And in general, I think we should never ever exclude anything. Now we have a discussion on fighter jets, and I don't know what will happen down the road. But my attitude would be not to exclude anything, because whenever we exclude anything, we leave an increased room of maneuver for Putin to accelerate the war. And the incremental approach, the step-by-step approach, doesn't work. You cannot win a war by pursuing a step-by-step or an incremental approach. You have to surprise your adversary. You have to overwhelm your adversary. Now, it's important to follow up so that we don't just focus on the near term. It's of utmost importance to deliver the weapons the Ukrainians need. They have the will to fight. It's our obligation to give them the means to fight. But we also have to do what we can to avoid a Russian attack, a Russian invasion in the future. We have to build a security architecture in Europe that ensures peace and stability on the European continent. I had never ever expected in my lifetime to experience what we are witnessing now in Ukraine. And that's why in May last year, I was asked to co-chair an international group together with the Chief of Staff of the Presidential Administration to elaborate proposals as to how we can give Ukraine security guarantees in the future. We worked hard over the summer, and in September, I went to Kiev and presented to President Zelensky a set of proposals. The principle is very simple. It is to make Ukraine capable of defending itself by itself. And to that end, we need 4 elements. Firstly, we should help the Ukrainians build a strong military, so strong that they can withstand any future Russian attack. Secondly, we should enhance intelligence cooperation between Ukraine and its partners. Thirdly, we should sustain joint training and exercises under EU flag and NATO flag. And 4, we should help the Ukrainians build a strong defense industry so that they can produce weapons themselves to make Ukraine capable of defending itself by itself. And the idea is that a group of international guarantors pledge to deliver to Ukraine the capabilities needed to fulfill those goals. Why is the Kiev Security Compact so important? Firstly, we have a clear interest in developing a strong and stable Eastern European partner as a bulwark against an increasingly aggressive Russia. That is the most efficient way to ensure peace and stability on the European continent. Secondly, it is a prerequisite for starting reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine in earnest that we have a secure environment, that we have long-term security guarantees. Otherwise, private investors will be reluctant to invest in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government estimates that the cost of rebuilding what Putin has destroyed will amount to 700 billion euros. It's a huge amount of money, and we can't do that without engaging the private sector, but that would take long-term security guarantees. Thirdly, I think we need a more long-term strategy instead of this step-by-step approach. I noted that Chancellor Scholz expressed frustration because as soon as he had decided to deliver the Leopard tanks, he was met by a request to deliver or support the delivery of fighter jets. In a way, I understand his frustration. And that's why we need a long-term strategy, also for parliaments actually to plan the investment. Furthermore, Chancellor Scholz expressed a desire to see the Americans join Germany in a tank coalition, so to speak, because Germany doesn't want to go it alone. In a way, I also understand that. And the Kiev Security Compact provides a framework for collective action. So Germany or other countries won't have to go it alone. Finally, NATO will have a summit in July this year in Vilnius. And no doubt that the question of Ukrainian membership of NATO will be tabled. We also know that there will be a potential split within NATO. Some allies will support Ukrainian membership, others will be skeptical or 100% against. I think it would be devastating to show a split and weakness in the eyes of Putin. So it's of utmost importance to keep the unity. And I think the Kiev Security Compact could build the bridge from now until Ukraine down the road may be able to join NATO. And that's why I have been in Berlin. I met with members of Bundestag yesterday. I met with the Greens. I met with the Social Democrats. I also met Wolfgang Schmidt, who is quite influential. And I realize that there are more than nuances in the German approach. But I appeal to you as Greens to move forward on this Kiev Security Compact. As concluding remarks, some days ago I was asked the following question: can the price for defending freedom be too high? Can the price for defending freedom be too high? I was surprised to get that question. Because you can always get peace if you're willing to bow your neck. And we should never ever give in to nuclear blackmail. Those who give in to nuclear blackmail are condemned to live in slavery under the stick and pleasure of the nuclear master. We should learn the lesson that appeasement with dictators does not lead to peace, but to war and conflict, because their appetite is endless. So, while peace is precious, I have to say, freedom is priceless. So that's why we should stand up against the world's autocrats. And that's why back in 2017 I established the foundation, the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, to create a framework for a discussion among political leaders, business leaders, academia, on how we can strengthen cooperation between the world's democracies. The world's democracies represent more than 60% of the global economy. That's a formidable force, provided that we can stay united. So, once again, I would like to thank the Green Party in Germany for your steadfast support for fundamental principles of rule of law and a rules-based world order. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. I'm Georgia Franceschini. I'm the desk officer for foreign and security policy at the Böll Foundation. And I would like to ask our panelists to come on stage now. And while they're getting seated, allow me to introduce the facilitator, Dr. Frank Sauer. He's a politologist and military expert. He teaches and researches at the University of the Armed Forces in Munich. Many of you might have known him as a very successful podcast author. He is the author of Sicherheitshalber, a security policy podcast, and he also runs the FAZ podcast, where he presents very good analysis about the situation in Ukraine. For us in the Foundation, Frank is not a new face. When I started working for the Foundation 5 years ago, Frank was the head of an international expert group with the wonderful title, Task Force for Disruptive Technologies in 21st Century Warfare. He dealt with autonomous weapon system that we sometimes call killer robots, and he wrote a study with co-authors, and a few copies of that study can still be found in print at the entrance. It's a study that was made a couple of years ago, but it's still a valid and relevant study, and we were one of the first organizations in 2017 to come up with such a study. So I hand over to you, Frank, and we are going to have a bilingual discussion here on the panel in German and in English. May I inform you, you can get headsets to get simultaneous interpretation. And Frank, I hand over to you now. Thank you for this very kind introduction and for the wonderful advertising you gave me. Indeed, I'm going to speak German. And most people on the panel are going to speak German, and all of you who need translation, who need interpretation, will have a headset. Let me introduce the panelists. We have just heard Mr. Rasmussen. Thank you for being with us. You do not have much time left, about 20 minutes or so. So Mr. Rasmussen will have to go early because he's got another appointment. Next to Mr. Rasmussen, we have Minna Ålander. She's a researcher at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, lived in Germany for 10 years, worked at SVP in Berlin, and she is the tank expert. Then we have a woman everybody knows, Agnieszka Brugger. She's a member of the Green Parliamentary Group and is a member of the Defense Committee. And next to me, Orysia Lutsiewicz, a research fellow at the Chatham House in London, the Chatham House that invented the Chatham Rules, and she heads the Ukraine Forum.
Herr Rasmussen, vielen Dank.
Mr. Rasmussen, thank you once again for talking to us and sharing your thoughts with us. And thanks for mentioning the Chief Security Compact. Before I give the floor to you, I'd like to ask our other panelists, are there any responses to the speech of Mr. Rasmussen? I mean, we're here at the Green Party, and when you gave your explanation, I had to think of Hegel, of course. The Green Party is a party that usually carries the symbol of the hedgehog, and we care for the environment and for the species. And you talked about equipment, weapons, training, intelligence, cooperation, and the defense industry. Now, what does that mean? The Ukraine would be like a hedgehog, very difficult to attack. But oftentimes, you mentioned also the term security guarantees. Did we altogether abandon the idea that European countries, NATO members, and the United States once again might have to give certain guarantees to Ukraine when it comes to military assistance obligations? I mean, we have the Budapest Memorandum and everything that came afterwards. Is it no longer possible to give such security guarantees? Would any security guarantee given by Germany and the EU no longer credible?
Very clear difference between the Budapest Memorandum and the Kiev Security Compact. The Budapest Memorandum, as you all know, was signed by 3 guarantor states, namely Russia, the US, and the UK back in 1994. The background was Ukraine gave up her nuclear weapons, handed them actually over to Russia. In exchange, Ukraine received security guarantees, namely the 3 guarantor states pledged not to attack Ukraine. Well, we all know that Russia violated that pledge. The Kiev Security so you might say that the Budapest Memorandum provides negative security guarantees. The guarantor states pledge to refrain from doing something. The Kiev Security Compact provides positive security guarantees because the guarantor states pledge to actually deliver capabilities to make Ukraine more safe, more secure, guarantee its security and avoid a future Russian attack. I know very well that the Green Party in Germany has a legacy of, I would say, a pacifist legacy, etc. But I don't think there is any contradiction between that and to conclude that to maintain peace, you need to be prepared for war. So I think the Green policies in this respect are coherent and consistent.
Vielen Dank. Reaktion. Orisa Lutsevich leitet.
Thank you very much. Olisa Rostsievich heads the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House in London, and my impression is that she would like to react.
Thanks very much, Frank. Thanks, Mr. Rasmussen, for developing that Kiev Compact. I think it's very important to have something on the table as we are in search of resolving Ukraine's security dilemma, because it has not been resolved since the collapse of the Soviet Union. I just would like to reiterate what you are saying to the audience, that we have to embrace the fact that peace can be achieved by military means. It's very important. And why we are moving towards that military solution is because the way Russia turned. It's not because the way Ukraine is making choices or the way Europe would like to militarize. It's simply because the nature of the Putin's regime that was, consolidating this power of security services with consistent clamping down on human rights, on freedoms, on opposition. You know the story, I don't have to tell you. Let's keep in mind that we often underestimate the nature of Russia, and that is why I seek for wrong solutions. And I'm really pleased that you brought in the Budapest Memorandum. I looked at what Ukrainians think is the best way to protect Ukraine from another attack by Russia. And number one answer is, of course, NATO membership. 86% of Ukrainians today support NATO membership. I think this security compact that you are designing could be indeed a transition to a full-fledged membership. Collective security is cheaper. I mean, imagine in every country has to become a hedgehog in Europe. What kind of world we will be living in? And another thing that is a danger is the popularity of nuclear status in Ukraine is growing. Because of that betrayal and because of what is happening now in Ukraine. So 52% actually in Ukraine think it would be good to have a nuclear status. But when they think about preventing the future aggression, only 17% think so, and compared to this collective security. So let's remember that. What is at stake? What kind of world we will be living in if this proliferation happens and if we actually make mistakes again? So I think it's a very important moment in European history.
Dankeschön. Reaktion?
Thank you very much. Any reactions? Well, it's very difficult to ask politicians for reactions that quickly. You risk a very lengthy answer. But I would like to thank Mr. Rasmussen that you have mentioned it quite clearly, and we do also see it when it comes to the surveys, whose supporters, whose followers were in favor of tank deliveries. So it's not as if the Green Party would do it out of discipline or whatever. It is out of the inside, and it's quite a difficult thing for our party, and it does not change anything about our fundamental values and our ideas. So at the moment, we are in a world where we see a conflict between two parties, and we always want to sit down at a negotiating table, in order to solve a conflict, in order to negotiate peace. But despite of that, despite all the crises that we see in the world, also the climate crisis, we are currently in the situation where one aggressive autocrat has decided not only to push away the solution of all these major problems, but also to throw us back many years, and consumes so many resources apart from the heartbreaking suffering that we see on a daily basis in Ukraine. And he makes us safeguard our security, so to speak, because he does not want to go to the negotiation table. And I'm traveling throughout the country in the weeks that we do not have parliamentary session in order to discuss with the general public all these topics. And this is why I also thank you for your proposal, because sometimes I am faced with an opinion where people say, well, and if there are negotiations eventually, then everything is finished. But I think it's very important that we talk about it as well. As soon as the violence ends and we start negotiations, it's far away from reality, so to speak, because Putin does not want to negotiate, but we cannot go back to the past. So how are we supposed to trust this kind of Russia in the future, even if we negotiate? And this is also why a Budapest Memorandum cannot work. So how many times have we last year and also over the last years have been lied to? So this is why we have to find mechanisms that are stricter, that are more clear. And I think this is a truth that we have to say, that this situation will not end by ending our military support for Ukraine. It will eventually end no matter in which scenario we are after that. So I would also like to hear a few voices from the audience now, because these are the questions that are basically coming up on a daily basis. But as I have made this mistake, I would now like to ask for another reaction for Agnieszka Brugger linked to a critical question. So the Greens are now part of the government, and we are talking about supporting Ukraine become a hedgehog, so to speak. And Mr. Rasmussen quite clearly said that we need a long-term strategy. So now I'm looking at the policies of the federal government, and isn't it true that we are really bad when it comes to that? So we are only thinking in terms of the next week or the next specific weapons delivery, and when we have eventually said that we are going to supply these weapons, these Marders and Leopards and others, then I hear the statement, well, we now have to count how many do we have. So why aren't we thinking in terms of long-term developments? Where are the political representatives in Germany who can clearly speak out and say that we need to have a completely different European security architecture for the next 30 years, and these are the things that we have to do for that? Well, of course, these kind of discussions do take place, and they do not always take place out in public. And of course, you can also understand that. It also involves so many different variables. It's also difficult. And so the proposal is also a little bit vague at the end of the day. What are these security guarantees, and what if something happens? So there are several problems I could discuss here now, but I do not want to skip your question because in its core, it's correct what you said. But this is also a necessity, because these decisions cannot be taken lightly. You have to weigh the risks, and the risks of acting and also the risks of non-acting. You have to come to an agreement in a government, in a coalition. It sometimes takes longer than I would like to, or I would wish for. And also internally, I've made suggestions time and again. Also last summer, I said we should start with a training. We should train the Ukrainians in those systems that we have available. But some were more hesitant. So I think we have to also keep in mind that we have to provide a justification for the equipment that we deliver. I mean, we are not simply delivering tanks. So there's a quite concrete scenario. And I'm also self-critical here when it comes to our government. It's a scenario that we have seen coming, so we should have started much earlier. So this is the threat of a spring offensive, and Ukraine will have to defend itself in this spring. And the tank systems that have been supplied in the course of this ring exchange, we will have a huge problem when it comes to the level of protection, but we also lack spare parts and also ammunition. So Ukraine definitely needs these tanks in order to defend itself against this major offensive. And we've seen it for the past weeks. Russia's assembling tanks and also soldiers, troops. And so we have to discuss that. We have to decide on these things. And we need a long-term European plan on where we want to go. And there are many aspects, many moments where we can feel that there's not always unanimity in the European Union, but also with the Americans and also Ukraine. But we have to have these discussions apart from the many difficult questions that we have to raise on a daily basis. So how about from the outside? So Finland knows quite well where it wants to go. It wants to become a NATO member, and the discussion that we are having here connected to the statement of Chancellor Scholz with regard to the statement that we are calling for, that we are assuming a leading role in Europe. So how about Finland's position in this regard? Well, at the moment, the German leadership role is not really convincing, but of course we do clearly wish that Germany becomes a reliable partner and becomes even more reliable, and that Germany acts in line with its size and contributes to European security in line with its size. And I would like to come back to what Mr. Rasmussen has said here and others. From the Finnish perspective, we have invested a lot in this hedgehog strategy, let's call it like that. Finland has always maintained its own defense capabilities. So, I mean, this has always been a priority. We always wanted to be able to defend our eastern border and protect and defend our territory. But now it is about raising the cost of this aggression against Finland and of credible deterrence. We cannot do that without NATO. So this is basically the Finnish conclusion from this Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. So in Finland itself, we realized that it's no use cooperating with Russia. We are not at a level playing field here. Even if countries like Finland need a good relationship to Russia, for Russia it's rather nice to have at best. So Finland is basically of no major interest to Russia. And if it's in the interest of this major power, of course, these relations are not relevant for Russia. So this is why Finland wants to create as much deterrent as possible, and this can be done by a NATO membership. For example, you also mentioned the EU guarantees, or what the EU could offer to Ukraine, and the EU lacks two things from my point of view in terms of hard security, and this is Great Britain and the US. And from a German perspective, this is a difficult situation because these two countries are the most important security partners, and Germany is not playing a major role here, unfortunately. Well, now I was wondering whether we have gone too far already. So there might also be some voices in the audience who say, what kind of strange consensus is this up on the stage? They all agree we need deterrence, we need to build up our arms. This is not necessarily what the voters of the Greens do want to have. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to say something in this regard? For example, well, aren't there any alternatives for it, for example? There are also open letters that are being sent. So please. Well, I can hardly sit still here, even though if I might be faced with some bashing. I've always sympathized with the Greens. I am the generation of the baby boomers, and I would like to simply say welcome to reality. And I would like to mention two things. I'm a psychologist by profession. I just like to say one thing that has been overlooked. So what's the motive, and how does a person, or what's in the person's mind? I'm going to try to be brief. I would like to give you two examples, or rather something else. I would like to say in 2014, when the Crimea was occupied, I was sitting on a bus in Berlin, and behind me I heard two Russians who were speaking German, traveling to the Rhineland, and they said, well, you have to understand that it has all been Russia in the past. But I turned around and said, yes, this is what Hitler said. Come home to the Reich. And several years later, people seem to understand that this was exactly the same mechanism. And I would like to say something else. There was a psychological theory which said if a woman is sexually harassed, then she should rather spread her legs and accept it, because then nothing bad would happen to her. But now I'm coming back coming to my end of philosophizing. This is just a story. A human being had a snake at home, and many others said, well, aren't you afraid of that snakes? And, well, that person said, well, you cannot generalize it. I tamed the animal, and at one point the animal was so tamed that it was allowed to stay in bed with him. And one night he woke up and had a lot of pain, so the snake had bitten him. But then he woke up and asked, "So what has happened? I trusted you. We are so close to each other." But then the snake said, "Well, didn't you know that I'm a snake?" So this is just a little story that I wanted to tell you. So thank you very much. This is not actually what I had expected, but it was very interesting nevertheless. So here in the front row. Well, thank you very much. My name is Chokkoy. I'm the ambassador of the Republic of Moldova here in Berlin. I've got two questions. First, I would like to remind you of the Second World War and what happened at the time. What if the Allied forces had negotiated for 6 months if they send 20 or 40 tanks? I assume that the Second World War would wage until today. Just a few figures. 3,000 tanks. The Allied forces provided 3,000 tanks for the Soviet Union, more than 2,000 modern aircraft, and 300,000 vehicles. So many people already forgot about that, but the famous Katyusha was put on a Studebaker car from the US, and the Soviets only won because of the 99% of the supplied weapons and ammunition of the Allies. And this is also the reason, if we continue to think along that path, if we only provide weaponry in small doses, the war might wage on for the next 10 years. This costs a lot of lives. The economy of the Ukraine is damaged further and further. So how long will we continue to see this homeopathic doses of weapons supplies to Ukraine? This is my first question. And secondly, we had long talked about the sanctions, and this is not really a secret. I mean, this does not have any effect. However, nobody talked about political costs when it comes to Russia. And the second question is, what would you say in the 21st century when there is an aggressor state that is part of the Security Council of the United Nations, so it still has a say at the world level as a global power? So what would you say about that?
Well, excellent. I don't know where you're hinting who the snake is, but I like your metaphor very much. You know, once a KGB agent, always a KGB agent. And I think this is why he is weaponizing and bringing war to Europe. I mean, this is the truth. And I think another perhaps quite disturbing thought is that this is an unfinished business from the Second World War, because we had one tyranny and autocracy being judged and defeated, tried in Nuremberg, where another one maintained control over half of Europe. There were horrible things happening in the periphery of proxy wars at that time. And Putin glorifies Stalin. He opens monuments to Stalin. There was never de-Stalinization, de-Sovietization that took place in Russia. And I know Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung and others were trying to have a conversation inside Russia, but then they were deemed foreign agents and kicked out of the country. I mean, I think this is also the disturbing fact, but it puts in a bigger perspective. Interesting, Ambassador, on the reform of the UN. Obviously, it's a complex issue, but there's one thing that Ukraine is now trying to do, is basically looking for the legal basis for the Russian Federation to be there in the first place. And there's a clear violation of the UN Charter, where the new member of the permanent member of the Security Council was not approved by the General Assembly, unlike, for example, after the collapse of the Yugoslavia, where there were votes related to countries that emerged from that formation. So I think we have to be bold and we have to speak by force and truth in the eyes to the Russians and not let them pollute international forums, spread disinformation unchallenged. This is what we have been doing for too long. And when we are thinking about our own defenses, and by that I mean in Western Europe, we have to also clean our house. Because what Russia was able to achieve is because they penetrated our democracies from within, through security services, through laundering money, through buying it elite influence, through buying it real estate, investing in, I didn't say the word Nord Stream 2 yet, but investing in energy resources. And then all of this is our, our contribution to enabling the aggressor. So I think when Ukraine thinks about its security, it thinks about military, it thinks about market energy being part of the European Union. It also thinks about domestic resilience, so cleaning up the house from Russian influence and doing it in the community of allied same way-based countries, like President Zelensky said yesterday in the European Parliament. We are defending European way of life. In Ukraine, Ukraine wants to transition to green energy. Ukraine wants to respect human rights. What is there not to stand by with Ukraine? It will only expand the space of non-violence in Europe.
Agnieszka, die Frage war ja auch, wie
Agnieszka, the question was how long are we going to just give help in homeopathic doses? Let me return to psychology. One psychologist addressed me, and so that is why I was interested when you talked about psychology, but I'm very happy about the way you gave your argument, because the other psychologist I talked to, and by the way, let me say, if I ever need psychological support, I'd rather turn to you. That other psychologist says, if somebody offends you, well, if somebody offends you for no reason, that is not a justification to attack a neighboring country with military force. If I had a say, we would not only have nuclear powers as permanent members of the Security Council, we would have a fairer representation of the world. And yes, Russia would have no place in a Security Council of my making. Of course, first of all, we have to accept that it's the people of Ukraine that is suffering, that is getting attacked and that are dying. And what we also see attacked is our common peace order with the rules we have decided for ourselves. And of course, that is why we have a Security Council to make this permanent. And that is why we had the Budapest Memorandum, many other treaties we entered into. I have followed that situation. I know how difficult it was to organize this peace order. It was always on our Green Party program. We always said, if ever there is a veto blockage in the Security Council, we should address the General Assembly. And I never thought that would be necessary, but now it happened already twice. And it takes hard work to really have the General Assembly involved. And I mean, there are many other countries that have a different view on this conflict. Think of Brazil. I know some countries are disappointed with the West, and there are power structures that have been in place for decades, and of course, there are also countries who say, where is Europe when it comes to the wars in our region? But on the other hand, it's also in their interest to make sure that their powerful neighbor doesn't attack them. And I'm really sometimes shocked to see how effective Russian propaganda. We never expected any help coming from outside. And that changed, of course, first time when we became members of the EU. But still, we still have this mentality of relying on our own devices. That's also the mentality of the Winter War. Finland was part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, was supposed to become part of the Soviet Union, were attacked by the Soviet Union at the time of the Second World War, but could defend ourselves. And so our idea still is, okay, we have about 200 Leopard tanks. But in contrast to other European countries, these tanks are active. They're being used. Each of the 200 tanks has a certain position and is firmly included in the defense system of our country. 200 tanks for a border of 2,400 kilometers are not so much. And so the idea in Finland is, we want to help Ukraine as much as possible, but we cannot give away everything without looking at our own defense capabilities. And honestly, I think Finland is no longer alone. And so finally, we should overcome our excessive reliance on our own resources. And I'm absolutely sure that Finland is going to deliver tanks, but Finland is not going to make any public statements about that. And the reason is we do not want to give information to Russia. We don't want them to know how much are we going to have left when we deliver a certain number of tanks. That's also one of the ideas, hiding it from the Russians. Here, Finland and Sweden have signed a bilateral agreement during the Ramstein meeting. And the agreement to me looks like a kind of ring exchange scheme. That is to say, Finland can deliver equipment and Sweden is going to step in. So as far as Finland's contribution to the Leopard initiative is concerned, we are only going to have information about that when we mysteriously that some Finnish tanks have become Swedish. It's not a good communication strategy. It's a kind of strategic non-communication. I'm not a fan of it, but this is what we have. When it comes to other countries, well, I'm not so sure why the Netherlands had such high expectations. They do not have any own Leopard tanks, and I think they just have leased 18 of these tanks from Germany. Yes, they have an integrated command with the German armed forces. So it's a bit difficult. Denmark has about 50 of Leopard 2, or less than 50 even. Turkey, Greece, they would have a lot. But since they have not a good relationship, bilateral relationship, they are unwilling to deliver. If they could put their own disputes aside, they could at least deliver 100 of these tanks or so. So there are certain restrictions, limitations on the part of some countries. I think we should have started much earlier. We should have started negotiating much earlier. So we are only now forming such a coalition. This is very deplorable because we've lost time. When it comes to Leopard tanks, of course, the problem was that it demanded a German leadership role because the Leopard tank is a German tank. So it's not just about export authorization, but also Germany has to be on board because Germany has the largest stockpiles and has the industry for further production. So it would have been the perfect situation for Germany to get in the lead and start forming that coalition much earlier, say in October or November. But now we finally have got it, and it seems we are making progress, and many countries are looking at how they can get on board, how they can contribute, and Sweden hasn't said anything yet. But I think they're looking into their own resources, and they're looking at maybe the CV-19, the lighter tanks. But of course, it is very deplorable for the Europeans to take so long to make things happen. Without the United States, it seems to be all in vain. We can't get our act together. So we do not show any kind of European strategic sovereignty. Absolutely, that last word deserves applause. Now, we were criticized as Europe. Tagesspiegel, in one interview with Chancellor Scholz, there he talked about the extreme situation. He clearly said we have to get in to be in the leading position, in the leading role, but we also need a European sovereignty. Of course, the German-French partnership is always important in that light. In that Tagesspiegel interview, he also talked about what he thinks. I mean, indeed, if we want to become more sovereign in Europe, why do we always look at Washington when we talk about tank deliveries? I mean, it would have been logical in the 80s, but in 2021, 22, that's really amazing. And the Chancellor in that interview made statements, and here I understand him. He said, we do not have this European sovereignty. He said it's a project of the future. It will take another 10 years. And I think that's still very optimistic. I don't think we are going to be all aligned and all unanimous in Europe in 10 years from now. And I like to hand over to our audience. I mean, how about escalation? Should we discuss escalation? Until recently, we said tanks are the red line, but now we demand fast deliveries. Is there anybody here in the audience who is concerned about an escalation of the conflicts? We need to talk about that aspect as well. Otherwise, the Zeitenwende, the change of tides, is not going to happen. Microphone is going to come for you to take it. I think the biggest problem we have is the strategy. Where is our strategy? Where is our strategic thinking? And the second situation goes back to what the Moldova ambassador says. He talked about the difficulty of Moldova. We have talked about how can we make sure that a country like Russia gets firmly criticized in the United Nations, in the Security Council. And the idea that the General Assembly took a decision twice, of course, it's a thing we have to counter. I mean, when you look at the result of the votes in the General Assembly, we have so many question marks still. There were countries who did not endorse the vote. These are important countries as political actors. And that also shows the illusions that we have. We always believed in the OSCE. Look at Moldova. The spoiler function was created, and we just watched the OSCE missions negotiating, and there was never a true stabilization of Moldova. And Lavrov said, this government is really incredible and we have to call it into question. It must be completely ousted. He clearly said, this Minister Lavrov, that this regime in Moldova is a regime they cannot accept. And this is the concern we have to respond to. So where is our strategy? You said it's difficult to find such a strategy, but where is it? And the second problem we have no unity in the EU. We have so many activities that are contravening our efforts. Unfortunately, the EU, when it comes to security, hasn't developed any firm structures. They started in the 90s. The Foreign Office of Germany has tried to develop initiatives with France, but they were never effective in the long run because there are too many particular interests. How can we support the rear of the front? Because there are particular interests in France. They want to be involved in the production, and they are afraid that the Germans are going to take over and be too successful, like, for instance, a company like Rheinmetall. And when we talk about national sovereignty, there are too many countries who are still too much afraid to give up part of their own sovereignty. And here I agree with the facilitator 10 years are not a long period. Yes, qualified majority decisions, one buzzword, one catchword. So many more questions, and everybody who is following us on the live stream, you can use the hashtag #AUPO2020 to 2023 to ask your questions via Twitter.
Ich habe eine Frage, die ein bisschen anders.
I have a somewhat difficult question, and my question goes back to what was said by Ms. Brugger. All autocrats oppress and kill their opponents inside and outside the country. Of course, many Russians are against the war. And of course, many Germans were against the Second World War. But of course, there's also a lot of support for Russia because of the disinformation it spreads. So what can we do about that? How can we continue to talk and have relations, not with Putin, but with Russian citizens? What can the West do? What can the world do to assist and so help Russian people in the situation they're in? What can we do now, and what is the strategy of the EU and the federal government of Germany?
Vielleicht generell.
I would like to pass on this question connected to the following question. Why are we so bad to do propaganda ourselves? And of course, I'm exaggerating here, but why can all those billions that are being spent spend a lot of money in the Balkans, but when China or Russia, for example, opens a bridge there and invests into the building of a bridge there, then there's a huge celebration. So I think that we have to do much more homework, basically. And I mean, there's so many different topics that have been raised in the different contributions. So disinformation and propaganda is very relevant. And also the way in which we deal with it. And as you said, we are investing a lot throughout the world, but we are always very modest about it. And I know that also our foreign minister would like to make this more visible in the future. But on the one hand, it should never be propaganda. We need much more strategic communication. We have to assess where the next lies or disinformation could come from. The Americans did a great job. This was a moment which was quite frightening when we heard the first narratives of bioweapon labs in Ukraine, or when we think back a year when there was a discussion about a potential beginning of a war, even though it did not prevent the war, of course. But so these are the things that we should think about and that we should become better. And this has nothing to do, of course, with propaganda or lies, but basically with effect-based political discourse. And discussion, of course, always leads to certain disagreement, and we have to cope with that, of course. But we've also seen it throughout the pandemic, where many people said, well, the autocracies will manage the pandemic better. But at the moment, we see also in view of China that the model where we usually are quite negative about, that it's not that bad. We did manage the pandemic quite well. And I would also say this for European unity. And of course, here we have Sophia Besch, who can explain it much better, who is responsible or the culprit in the EU or not. But of course, this would go too far here. But honestly speaking, this is one of the most important aspects in our strategy against Putin. We have to create European unity. And of course, there are spoilers. We are not perfect. And also how we discuss who is going to deliver what is not always the best way in terms of good political strategic communication. But I've never seen the European Union that unanimous and so capable to act irrespective of a majority decision or not. And what can we do with the people in order to counter disinformation? Of course, we are also doing something. We try to launch information channels, to provide English-speaking information. I mean, there's no free press in Russia anymore. And the people who have fought within the country against the system, and nobody knows it better than the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, have been killed in the meantime. They are in exile or imprisoned. And the surveys that we know from Russia have confirmed in a very sad way what I could hardly believe. So I invited Ukrainian women to my constituency office, and all the women told me their own stories of a brother, an uncle, an aunt, or other relatives who they told how they had to flee or sat in the tunnels of the subway, how frightened they were because of the nearing shells and rockets. However, the Russian relatives did not believe them. So the disinformation is so strong and so convincing that they did not believe them. So we have to strengthen critical voices, which is, of course, very difficult in the current situation. And we have to see that large part of the population in Russia accepts this war and supports this war. And the most opposition could be seen because of the partial mobilization of the population, but not because they were against this war, but out of concern for their own security.
To add a few words on Russia and the way I think we also missed a very important point when Russian propaganda started dehumanizing Ukrainians. And I think that we've taken it, well, it's just Putin preaching to his people, but he was preparing his people for war, to commit all these war crimes that are now recorded over 60,000 across Ukraine, and there's a major mission to actually hold perpetrators accountable for that. I think in the modern world, of course, it's psychologically uncomfortable. Even the information is available. You would stay in your bubble and you would not go out. I think we shouldn't worry too much for Russians. They're able to flee if they want to flee from mobilization. There are routes open through Serbia and through Turkey and through other places. I think the West has been quite generous in accepting Russian intellectuals, in giving them fellowships, including many here in Berlin. I think what we have to be thinking about collective responsibility of Russian people for this war, and something that Germany went through, accepting collective responsibility for what happened in the Second World War. Russians will have to accept that too. Otherwise, Russia simply will have no future. This is not because we want to punish Russia. It's not about punishment. It's about understanding that you as a citizen are culpable for the way your government turns out to be. And where are Russian protests anti-war in the West? Have you had much in Berlin? Russian community protesting against war? I have not seen it in London. This is a relative security, you would say. And I guess until Russian people show that courage and bravery, they will have no chance of a different Russia. On that side, I think what could be done to kind of fertilize an idea of a different Russia is having a conversation with those Russians living in exile, studying abroad, about the vision for a different Russia. Because when we talk about security for Ukraine or Moldova or Belarus, we have to understand that until there's change in Russia, until there is revolution in the elite, that this doctrine that Putin put Russia on is doomed, failed, and dangerous for Russia itself, there will be no security. I mean, there will be some will be able to manage, contain, perhaps deter, but really on the European continent, we have to all be thinking about the transformation of Russia again into a normal state. And that is the task for the Russians themselves, and we can help them having a place to discuss that in the relative safety of the West.
I would like to add something in terms of Russian disinformation. The problem, and what makes it so difficult to think about possibilities of engaging Russians, for example, from the Finnish perspective, it's the $1 million question. So how can we, I mean, we have this long border, we are neighbors, so how can we practically engage in the future again? And of course, it's best when there are not much tensions, but in order to achieve this, would the prerequisite be that we share the same reality? And this is not the case at the moment. And the problem about Russian disinformation and what makes it so difficult, and what we also see in the West, in Germany and all the Western countries, in the US with fake news and everything. So the problem is not that the Russian propaganda or disinformation is so convincing that people say, oh, it makes sense. Quite the contrary. Yes, it's very bad at times. Exactly. It's really crazy at times where you think, well, what the heck are they saying there? But it manages to instill this tiny little doubt in people. So where people think that nothing is true and everything is possible. So it's quite obvious that Russian state media are no reliable information sources, but they managed to instill this grain of doubt in people so that they do no longer believe in any sources. They think that there's no reliable resource or no source at all. So everyone has an agenda, and this leads to a situation where, I mean, put differently, in societies it's very important that we share the same reality and that this is reflected in the media. And if this crumbled, basically, then this makes political processes or decision-making processes in societies much more difficult. If people do not think based on the same assumptions, and we see this in the West as in Russia. This is something where we really have to start, also in the Western countries. Well, I was about to mention Steve Bannon, the presidential advisor, said it quite simple. He said, this is flooding the zone with shit. So this is the strategy. So you put so much nonsense out in the world so that people no longer know what they should believe. And this is really a huge problem. I would fully agree to that. And we also heard about the EU. I mean, at the EU level, there is some kind of unit for strategic communication, but they are only focused on Russia. And I mean, no? Yes, okay. And I'm just thinking aloud here. So, I mean, it's not only Russia. Russia is not the only actor who is acting like that and spreading disinformation. And one other thought, the Putinism might remain, even though Putin might be gone eventually. And the difficulty that I see is that this historic comparison with Germany is, for many reasons, very difficult. But one thing we can say for sure, it is not possible to compare it at the point where we talk about the conditions that were created and that made Germany develop in the way it developed. So Germany was occupied, and this will not happen in Russia, basically. Germany was also demilitarized, so this will not happen. So how should we create the conditions that allow for this transformation, and also a transformation for the Russian population in order to create a different kind of Russia? So that's very difficult. But I'm talking way too much.
One condition to create is to make sure Russia loses in Ukraine. That Russian army is defeated on the territory of its neighbor, Ukraine. That will mean, to be honest, from the moment Putin ordered this, what he calls special military operation, he set in motion inside Russia processes that we not fully see. That includes the competition of elites, that includes shrinking pie of resources that will put pressure on already quite dysfunctional Putin system. I think what that would lead, and we've seen in Russian history, when Russia was losing wars, let's not delude ourselves, the Crimean War, the war to Japan, after that there were, right? Afghanistan, after that you have a period of opening, reform, change, what do you call it? And this is the moment where Russians have to be ready, where we have to be ready, not to repeat mistakes of the 90s and take everything that they tell us for face value. And I think one of the preconditions where we are, the silver lining is that and I think there will be time when Russian leadership will want to come back to the G7, will want to come back to global trade, to global technology. They will have to comply with international agreements. They violated over 30 agreements throughout this last decade. So if they want to be back on global stage, they will have to comply. And that will also put a framework. I think we should be very clear that it's okay to have conditions for Russia. It's okay. We have conditions for Ukraine when Ukraine wants to become a member of European Union. If Russia wants to be a member of global community, it's okay to have conditions. And I think this overcoming this fear of speaking truth to Russia, or truth to power, is that I think we are also depriving Russians that want change in Russia. I'm sure there are. I mean, they understand the split between propaganda and reality, and this will happen. Right now they disengage. They disengage like at the late Soviet times. They're not cheering so much. All these rallies for Putin are paid. They want to stay in their kitchens, do not touch them, do not take our sons. But unfortunately, this is a bit too late. So I think this is how I see the process of change that could trigger without occupation of Russian Federation.
Fragen. Genau, wir gehen hier in die erste Reihe und gehen quasi mal von links nach rechts und wir sammeln.
In the first row, and we go from left to right, and we will collect a few questions.
I am from India. It's my independent sort of outside view. But I think my question would be on consensus and moving fast, right? I think I would like to put it in maybe 3 or 4 sentences. If you take history in 50 years back, and I think the interventions in Vietnam or interventions in Afghanistan or Iraq or anything, I think the interventions were fast in terms of because you were dealing with a smaller power, or you were dealing with a non-nuclear power, or you were dealing with something, which was okay. You had good gain consensus fast. And once it comes to Russia or in terms of action, my question is how much of this is playing on the minds of, consensus making and driving? Because this also sets a different precedent outside of Europe, within Taiwan, within South Korea, within Japan, within India. I think in terms of just analyzing the action, right? And I think I would go with the Moldovan ambassador's point of view on, supplying 3,000 tanks and 2,000 vehicles. I think the time of World War II was different in terms of you could take action, put these things, because the nuclear question was not on the agenda. It is the agenda now. So I think the consensus making sets a different thinking process outside when the Brazilians are looking at it or we are looking at it. Yeah, thank you.
Dankeschön. Wir sammeln nochmal 2, 3.
Thank you very much. We will collect 2 to 3 other questions. So in the front row, and then we will go to the back.
Michaele Schreier.
Michaele Schreier, former member of the European Commission, and as such, I would also like to defend the European defence and security policy. In the European Treaty, we also have an assistance commitment clause, not only NATO, but also the EU, 42.5 exactly. And we know that there's a difference between the European capabilities and also NATO capabilities, but this European assistance commitment is worth something, isn't it? I mean, at least Mr. Zelensky sees it differently. This is also one of the reasons why he is so adamant to become an EU member. And the question of EU membership is irreversible since yesterday. This promise is standing. Irrespective of any negotiations with Russia in the future, this is standing. And this means that also this assistance commitment from EU to Ukraine is binding. And in the European Treaty, it's also laid out that all the member states are obliged to strengthen their capabilities, if necessary, this assistance regulation should be applied, and they should not only support other members with light tanks, but with everything they've got available in military terms in order to defend the other member states. So this is quite a very strong regulation. And when it was entered into the treaty, of course, we never expected that it might eventually someday be applied. But still, we have this commitment which is binding for all the member states. This is also my question to the panel. So is this also something that plays a role in the policy or political debates at the national level? So, and EU and NATO, of course, is not a contradiction. Also, NATO, of course, is being strengthened when the EU has more defense capabilities. So this is quite clear. So my question is this something that is this European defense capability and also the knowledge that we do have this assistance commitment, does this play a role in the political debate at the national level?
Oh, Agnieszka Brugger has to go too, so we have to hand over to our panelists. I am awfully sorry, I have to go back to Parliament. But let me respond. Of course, I would like to rather stay with you, not go back to Parliament, because it's one of my favourite topics in a way. I do understand we have a lot to do still, a lot of homework to do in the EU in order to strengthen our security policy. It's like in the financial crisis, everybody wanted to save as much money as possible. Now we are all wanting to spend as much money as possible. So I'm never happy with the way we coordinate our efforts in the EU. So instead of using all kinds of different systems, all kinds of different national modifications, let's go together. Let me say the European defense capabilities are a relevant part of NATO, of course, and that is why it's not a contradiction, NATO and the EU. And then thirdly, what was the starting point? The discussion that Ukraine wants to become member of NATO has been going on for a very long time. When Ukraine wanted to get closer to the EU in 2040, it all began, and that is why the EU is not such a powerless structure. It is such an attractive thing, and it's a threat for all the autocrats in the world. And that's one of the many motives for Putin's war. I'm very happy for this intervention from China. I was in India together with analysts. This last alternative is nobody wishing for. Nobody here in this room would want to have a nuclear escalation and continuation. But what will happen after a victory of Ukraine? If Ukraine frees Donbass and Crimea, what will happen in Ukraine? Being a historian, I think we could have a repetition of a situation that we used to have in the November Revolution in 2018. Putin definitely wouldn't survive that. What is your idea? What will happen in Russia in the case of a victory of Ukraine? Let me take this question regarding the mutual assistance clause, Article 42.7, that was interesting in Finland and Sweden. First of all, the wording was watered down in a half paragraph saying that some countries are non-aligned countries and there's a difference between NATO member states that will organize their defense through NATO and the other 5 states, Finland, Sweden, Malta, and Cyprus, and Ireland and Austria, the non-aligned countries. Finland invested a great deal. First of all, Finland was basically skeptical vis-a-vis this whole thing because it wasn't so convincing. It was not very clear how this article would be implemented in the event of such a disaster. Finland is a very pragmatic country. And they said, okay, if Russia crossed the border, what would that mean? What would it trigger? What mechanisms would start working? It's a comprehensive article, but the mechanisms, the real mechanisms, are not clearly formulated. And they were very skeptical about writing something into it that sounds good, but is not really substantiated and cannot be practically implemented. But then Finland tried very hard to take these words and see how they could become reality. And so there was a lot of discussion about this mutual assistance clause and would it be very helpful in case of an adverse event. And the conclusion was, the problem is that in the common security and defense policy, the CSDP, there is not enough unity. There are not enough practical mechanisms, and that is why NATO membership at the end of the day would be necessary, because most EU members are NATO members as well. And of course, NATO is a defense alliance, and the EU is so much more, and security and defense policy is less important within the framework of the EU. In the Swedish NATO report in May last year, there was an assessment of that assistance clause. The Swedish said, well, this assistance clause does exist, but it's worth nothing in practice because there is not enough political unity to really practically do something. That was the Swedish conclusion, and that was the reason why Sweden applied for NATO membership. And of course, NATO also includes the United States and the UK, which means they have much larger capacities. But it's an interesting thing about the way Finland dealt with the mutual assistance clause of the EU. Of course, it's a question that might not be resolved, but we shouldn't forget about it. Now, your question, escalation war, what if Ukraine wins? What if we have a nuclear escalation?
Our panelists, I hope we still stay. You stay, right?
I'll be here, yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you for staying. If it's only the panelists, I think we're doing okay. It's a very heavy question, first, Ukraine lives in the shadow of nuclear accident, Chernobyl, right? Let's remember, it's not something hypothetical in Ukraine. This happened in my generation, and I remember actually that the first internal displacement, IDPs, now that we all use, happened after Chernobyl accident. Just a little sketch that my friend in London hosts a girl from Poltava, where she fled from Kyiv as a child when Chernobyl exploded. So Ukrainians understand the danger of nuclear, and I think that the occupation of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, and here I'm focusing more on civilian nuclear, because we often forget about that element while talking about some tactical nuclear attack or, God forbid, any nuclear weapon being used. I think that the risk of this is probably the first interstate conflict where you have such risk over this nuclear civilian, and Russia deliberately pressing these buttons. That is why Ukrainian government is working to recognize Russia as a state that is using terror against Ukrainians. The terrorist state, such a strong word is being used, is because of the tactics of the shelling so close to the power station. We had the General Director of International Atomic Agency speaking in Chatham House. You can watch his video. He gave a good update about what happens. I think very smart decision from Ukraine to invite IAEA to all nuclear power stations. So there is a kind of an effort for protection of the civilian nuclear facilities. Now, on the bigger scale, I think that the risk of nuclear has been taken seriously and handled mainly by the United States, but also other nuclear countries. And Russians failed to deter through, say, nuclear saber rattling, I think. I think that is already a past story. I think it was a very resolute response of all nuclear states. You remember when Russians were threatening with a dirty bomb, that Ukraine is a dirty bomb over the summer, right before they lost Kherson. And I think it was handled well. I think Russians understand all the options on the table on the occasion of such a possibility, and this will not be any nuclear option. The answers will be conventional and bad for Russia. That is why I think the likelihood of that scenario is not high. We see that Russians are actually pushing conventional means. That's why they are mobilizing their people. That's why they are putting old stockpile of weapons. They still will be using conventional means in this war against Ukraine and not a nuclear means. Crimea is something that wasn't mentioned, and I know there's a lot of fear also in the West, especially with these giving Ukrainians longer range missiles. Will they attack Crimea? I mean, Crimea is as annexed illegally as Donbass or as Zaporizhzhia or as Kherson or Kharkiv. We should not be making any distinction between that. I think this war started from Crimea, right? This war didn't start on the 23rd of February, and it must end with the resolution of the status of Crimean Peninsula, not just for the sake of Ukraine or Crimean Tatars, who are indigenous population in Crimea, but for the sake of Black Sea security, for the sake of security of navigation, for the sake of food security. That we do see now how millions are suffering because Ukrainian grain cannot freely flow to where it's needed. That is why I think we should respond to this blackmail with firmness, and also ensure that Ukraine coordinates its military campaign, which we know it does. You've seen today's Washington Post talking about intelligence shell, including coordinates, before Ukraine launches any serious HIMARS missiles. The coordinates are shared to reassure partners. And I think that is the evidence of that managing the nuclear threat, which is very difficult. I think we've never been in this kind of situation in modern history. And I hope the decision makers will do everything right, but it's very complicated.
It's
also interesting to note the discussion that we have in Germany now after the Bali meeting and these clear-cut messages that also came from India and China. Well, of course, Russia once again tried to instigate nuclear fears by using the rhetoric of the dirty bomb. But now the rhetoric has reduced, and Chancellor Scholz said now the nuclear threat is now taken back in a way. We have stood up so firmly, they are afraid of threatening. But in September, Putin said the annexed territories will be declared state territory of the Russian Federation and will therefore be under the nuclear defense shield. So we have to see that the risk is still there. Let me add something about long-term strategies. There's one thing that's very complicated. Let's look at Crimea. Can the Ukraine reconquer Crimea militarily? That's a totally different problem. It's also a question of the fear of escalation. I don't think the risk is very high. It's not an acute risk. So the nuclear threat should not guide our day-to-day decisions, but we should have it on our mind. So the escalation risk is there. If Russia might be afraid of losing Crimea, they may pull the nuclear card again. But strategically, basically, we would like to render the Ukraine capable of triggering that fear. Putin must be afraid of losing Crimea. Otherwise, he will never go to the negotiation table. It's a wicked problem, as they say in English. It's a paradoxical situation. So we have to promote something we want to prevent from happening. So I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of people who have to take decisions today. Now, I will hand over to our panelists, but we have to watch for time. Sometimes it's a bit absurd to this escalation debate in Germany, because this escalation debate is just looking at the nuclear capabilities. But Russia is escalating all the time in Ukraine in extreme ways. We shouldn't forget about that in Germany either. So we are too much focused on the nuclear escalation because that might hit us here in Berlin. I personally think that's very unlikely, but of course it's a fear that people have. But we shouldn't forget about the escalation that goes on and is executed by Russia in Ukraine. Now, a couple of words about Crimea. Crimea is very important for Russian military operations. It's a very important base. So if we want Ukraine to live in peace, we have to have in mind what the Russians are using Crimea for. What Washington Post wrote was now mentioned here as well in order to say that it is necessary to deliver longer-range missiles because the Ukraine is always acting in coordination with the allies. Do we still have 5 minutes? Now let me see who else hasn't had the floor yet. Sophia Besch, and in the second row, and the lady over there. 3 more statements. I also have another plan with you, so make sure you ask very brief questions, because at the end I want to do something different. Sophia Besch from the Carnegie Endowment. I wanted to say something about the EU question and EU sovereignty. 2 brief issues. If we want European sovereignty, we have to take the decisions now to have this sovereignty in 15 years. And once we talk about capability to act of the EU, I also think we should not always just look at NATO and not only say that NATO is strong. NATO is the most important operational defense alliance in Europe. What the EU can do is integrate markets. This is what the EU has been doing for decades. The European defense markets and armament market must be integrated. Anisha already talked about that. It's about common procurement, coordinated procurement. We are missing major opportunities right here and now. Procurement times, research and development times are long, 10 to 15 years at least, but we have to take decisions now. And here, We need more proactive action in Germany as well in order to make Brussels an integrator for the European defense market.
The Poland is now buying Abrams and not Leopards is basically a catastrophe, and it creates a dependence that we will not be able to get rid of for the next decades. Well, Mr. Sauer, you explicitly asked for the escalation, and in some parts of our population, this is really a major concern. However, a little bit exaggerated when it comes to my personal analysis, but it's not. It's still a possibility, not only a theoretical possibility. And some political science say, well, highly likely or not. So we would have to discuss different scenarios that might lead to different level of possibility, so to speak. So many think that escalation means that the whole world or half of the globe would be involved or even destroyed, but this is not true. An escalation might also be limited through reason, maybe. And who will be mostly affected? Mostly affected will be those countries that are faced with geopolitical disadvantages because they're very close to this region, or they do not have nuclear warheads themselves. So Olaf Scholz might not remember many things, but I think he quite well remembers the issue of the enhanced deterrence. And this is a topic. Of course, the Americans are doing much more than all the others together for Ukraine. However, the risk eventually will be much higher for others. So this is the second contribution that you can make in the fight for Ukraine. And we, the Germans, are a little bit negligent here when it comes to this, but there's a special risk for Germany, and so far it's quite right to urge the Americans that they deliver their Abrams. Of course, they come up with some explanations that we also know from our own politicians. So up until the last minute, where the new minister had to say that he first has to count all the tanks before he can promise the delivery. And the Americans might only deliver by the end of the year and not earlier. So the Americans are delivering many things, but so far not the tanks. And this has a reason. So fair share of the risk, not only of the contribution, but also of the risk, is something that we need. So some countries might be particularly affected at the moment, and this is not being taken into account so far. Thank you very much. Now over to you. Hello, welcome. My name is Claudia Sasse. I am a Green local politician from Prien am Chiemsee. This is quite far away from here. And for 30 years, or more than 30 years, I've got friends in the former Soviet Union that now spread across all the former Soviet countries and also in exile. And I'm constantly faced with the question, how are we supposed to act in the future? And this has been discussed extensively here, but two questions remain that I would like to pose. So one, how do you consider the risk of a disassembling, basically, of Russia if Ukraine wins, or disintegration of Russia? This is something that I'm asked frequently, where people who are coming from Russia, bright heads, are also fearing this. And the second question is quite a simple one. I've got many friends with whom I constantly have to discuss the following. Why do we support Ukraine and why aren't we negotiating? So this is basically very simplified. And I no longer want to hear it, but still I'm faced with this question on a daily basis. And I tend to lack the arguments, or I no longer have enough arguments, and I would like to get more input from you here at this point. Thank you. I would like to pass this on immediately. So this question is quite easy to answer. Russia does not want to negotiate. Of course, you cannot negotiate on your own. And then I would like to pick up another aspect. I do not understand the special German risk. So we are all faced with the same risk, and this debate is not really comprehensible from my point of view. I think that Germany now finally gets the feel for the threat. However, those countries who've been closer to Russia have been living with that fear for quite a long time. So yes, fair share. Okay, but I do not understand this specific German risk in this connection. We should clarify that. I mean, you were talking about nuclear sharing and also, I mean, we might be a more exposed target because we have the B-61s here, that we are rather a target than Switzerland, for example. Or what did you mean? Yes. So I think the problem is that we basically forgot that we are threatened by nuclear weapons. I mean, it's not as if after the beginning of the 1990s there were no nuclear weapons anymore. So they just need 7 minutes to Berlin, and we all end up in a vapor, and we not realize what happened. But I think we all forgot about that. Well, this might be one aspect that is right. So please.
I think we have to accept the fact that we are not managing a crisis, right? I mean, I think what is happening, we are still applying the tools and framework of managing a crisis. There's a war on European continent. We cannot take old tricks and try to create a new reality. And this is why I agree that we should plan now long term. And that planning, regardless of how, what the war geography will look like, because we still don't know. There's summers, spring, summer campaign coming up that we'll be fighting. But we need to get, again, our house in order in terms of delivering on NATO requirements for what it is on spending capabilities, warming up military production, integrating defense and security complex. And I think we must understand that this is deterrence. This is deterrence, because only when we get serious, Putin will understand, or whoever is in the Kremlin will take it seriously. And I think that on the question about negotiating, a very simple to say, you have a bandit coming into your kitchen, breaking the rules, occupying it, and he wants to declare a no police zone around your house so that nobody touches him. This is how Putin negotiates. He wants us to accept his reality, but not only that territorial occupation, he wants us to accept his worldview. By negotiating with Putin, we're saying, yes, we agree to your worldview, and I think we don't want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Concluding, I would like to do one thing, Giorgio, quite quickly. You all found these cards, one green and one red card. And I would like to go back to the beginning and pick up what Mr. Rasmussen has said and basically measure the temperature in this room. He said, can the price of freedom be too high? So who thinks, yes, there might be a price that we do not want to pay for freedom, should hold up the red card? No, quite abstract. So freedom of the people. Or those who say, well, I do agree to it. Freedom is so important, such an important value that we would pay any price for it, should hold up the green card. So I can do the following. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 red cards, and all the other cards that were held up are green. And Giorgio, I can say that the Zeitenwende has been accomplished in the Böll Foundation. So now we have to make sure that the rest of the country follows suit. So thank you very much to the great panelists, those who are still here. One big round of applause, please. And, of course, a big thanks to the audience for your participation. I'm still a little bit astonished. This is not the kind of discussion or feedback that you necessarily get at the Böll Foundation usually, but I think that it's quite good, and I was really happy about that. So please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much, Frank. Before I let you go into your lunch break, just a piece of information. You can go one stair down. There's a snack and something to drink. And in 1 hour from now, we will hear the foreign minister. If you would like to do something culturally, so to speak, in the lunch break, you can take a look at our exhibition on this Belle Etage, and Walter Kaufmann might tell you one or the other thing about it. Maybe Walter, you can briefly tell us something about it. So if you go through that door or out here, it's on the left-hand side. It's a great photo exhibition. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Georgie. It's culture, but it's not really a cultural event, so to speak. But you can see the pictures of 4 Russian photographers there who actually show their personal shock about February the 24th. They talk about dying flight and the insanity of this aggression and this adaptation to this situation of need and the hidden protests in Russia. The situations that are being depicted there could not be more different. 2 of the photographers have taken the pictures in Ukraine and in the Republic of Moldova. They have taken pictures of Ukrainian refugees in Moldova, and 2 took pictures in Moscow under the impression of the propaganda and some protests there. And with their personal impressions and texts, the artists want to express their view on the war. They explicitly want to differentiate themselves from the passive acceptance of the war of the general population, and they want to counter this Russian discourse of hate. This exhibition is a cooperation of the Sakharov Foundation with the Dialogue Office for Civil Society Cooperation, Eastern and Southeast Europe in Vienna, which cooperates with us. And as George has already said, it's behind the wardrobe on this floor right across the Ukrainian embassy, basically, when you look outside. So, and I wish you a nice lunch break. Thank you.
So, meine Damen und
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to welcome all of you. Welcome to the Heinrich-Böll Foundation to this year's foreign policy meeting. It's wonderful to have so many of you here, and welcome now after the lunch break. We had a very inspiring keynote presentation and panel discussion this morning. At the end of that, Frank Sauer seemed to be surprised about the form of discussion at the Böll Foundation when we talk to the Green family on security and defense policy these days. And I'd like to say that the Greens, already in 2007, that is to say 15 years before Russia attacked Ukraine, have taken stock of their first term in government, and they have developed a long-term foreign and security policy concept that then became the yardstick, the guideline for their further policy development. And this is what was very important for the overall discussion about security and foreign policy affairs in the expert community in Germany. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring in the responsibility to protect concept at that time. Unfortunately, we could not in all parts of society make sure that we need a strong defense of the rule-based international order. Today, I will be responsible for welcoming you and welcoming Annalena Baerbock, our Minister of Foreign Affairs. She was one of the very important contributors to the Green international security, foreign policy and European policy concept. Annalena, when you gave the keynote speech on foreign and security policy, the last one that took place before the pandemic set in, your message was clear. Of course, at that time, the situation was different. It was the end of the Trump presidency. We were looking for partners for the German European and security policy, and we had hoped that the EU would get much stronger in international security policy affairs. At that time, Annalena, when you spoke about international politics, you talked about the interests of our Eastern European partners. And here we said we need a strong security architecture of the EU. We need to be able to act. We need to take the geopolitical risks seriously, such as Nord Stream 2. But over and above, we as Greens were not always taken seriously enough. Today, there are people who say they want peace, but they just want us to subject to the aggressor Putin, to succumb to the power of the strongest. And of course, that is something we do not want to endorse. People who have such a perspective are still surrounding us, and we need to stand up against such positions and views. And that is why, dear Annalena, it is wonderful to have you as the German Minister of Foreign Affairs. And you insist that Germany takes more responsibility for Europe and the world. And we are very happy to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, I hereby give the floor to our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Annalena Baerbock.
Well, good morning. I hope that you all had a relaxing lunch break. Dear Imme Scholz, dear Jan-Philipp Albrecht, dear colleagues from the German Bundestag, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, 45 seconds. 45 seconds to get your grandmother, your daughter, the little brother to safety. 45 seconds to take refuge under the kitchen table because the cellar is no longer accessible. 45 seconds, that's how long it takes for the Russian missiles to hit after the warning signal. in Kharkiv. How some of you might have noticed, I was in Kharkiv in early January, and I saw myself what 45 seconds mean. Because I was told you can just sit in your car and count to 45, and then you know what will happen. Luckily, nothing happened with us where we were, but this does not apply to the people in Kharkiv. I've seen apartment blocks crushed like cardboard boxes. I met a mayor in whose city more than 150,000 people have lost their homes, and I met school children in a warming center that sought shelter there because the cold outside was unbearable. This is basically the everyday life in a city that's fighting a fight for its survival for months. One schoolgirl told me in this warming center that she used to play volleyball. She loved to play five-a-side with her friends. But with 45 seconds until the next bomb hit, you cannot make it out of the place where you play volleyball or out of a school. So this is why these pupils are sitting at home. They do not play volleyball. They do not go to school. They go hardly out at all. They wait, and they tend to count till 45 time and again. And these school children would like to go back to school, play volleyball again, and finally hear that this war end. And this is what drives me every day. For the past year, Russia has killed people in Ukraine on a daily basis, and this war must never become normal for us. That's why we have to keep looking at what's happening in Ukraine, and that's why it's so important for me to be able to tell the people there that we will continue to support them. Because this exactly is what the schoolgirl asked me. Can we rely on you? And honestly, when these questions come up, I tend to hold my breath, because a promise that you give and it says yes needs to be kept, and we do not know whether this yes means a few weeks, a few months, or a few years. But I said yes out of the full conviction of my heart, because it's also our 45 seconds. And this is one of the great lessons of the past year. The trust of our partners in our country is maybe the most important currency of the German foreign policy. We Germans will never forget that we owe our life in peace and security and also freedom after reunification also to our friends in the world, onto which we were able to rely, even though the mood in their countries sometimes changed. And this is why it is up to us today to reach out to them and say, we stand by your side. You can rely on us, even though debates become more fierce. Because at a time when war is raging in Europe, this trust is our life insurance, our mutual life insurance. But this trust cannot be taken for granted. We have to work for it. And I know it's not particularly original to quote Heinrich-Böll at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, but I'll do it anyway, because he said many wise things that we should remember today in particular. And I'd like to quote, "Freedom is never given. It is only won." This sentence is more relevant today than ever, because Ukraine is not only defending its peace, that children can go back to school, but also its freedom, peace in freedom. And this is nothing that we should take for granted. This can be seen in the neighboring country, in Belarus. These days, people do not have to count till 45, but many of them are not free, nevertheless. And this is why this sentence from Heinrich-Böll is also a reply to all those who say, well, please stop fighting whether whole of Ukraine is still Ukrainian or not. Well, it's doesn't matter. But this would also mean that the schoolgirl in Kharkiv would have to continue to count till 45 because the missiles are coming from Russia and the border is only 40 kilometers away. And this is why air defense cannot have the effect it has in other parts of Ukraine. So this would also mean that children in eastern Ukraine with whom you can only you cannot really talk because you cannot travel there and they are under Russian occupation. This would mean that they would not live in freedom. And this is why this call for truce, even though it always sounds so easy, does not necessarily mean peace. And it's not a peace in freedom because a dictated truce under the current situations where part of Ukraine is occupied and we still see missiles and bombs that are being thrown. So this truce does not serve peace in Ukraine, but it serves submission, the submission of Ukraine. Because the lack of war does not necessarily mean, or the absence of war does not necessarily mean peace and freedom. A dictated peace is not really a peace. A dictated peace does accept the right of the strongest. And it thus violates and ignores international law. So from my point of view, it has been so important that over the last year, we discussed throughout the whole world and together, what does peace mean for Ukraine? And many people I talked to said, well, this is your war, it's your peace. Where were you? Where was Europe when we needed you? And this is a justified question. This is a question that we have to ask ourselves, again, very critically. But I said, well, you're right to pose this critical question, but who benefits if we repeat the mistakes of the past, if we look away when international law is being violated? Because freedom is not being given. It always needs to be won, time and again. And this is why it's so important that in this very threatening security environment, we do not only invest in our European security, but also in the trust of our friends and partners throughout the world. This applies above all to the support of people in Ukraine. So from day on of this war of aggression, we were by your side with humanitarian aid, financial aid, and military aid. But not only we, so many different countries from the whole world, and some didn't mention it because they were afraid that they might suffer other repressions. So many countries throughout the whole world support Ukraine militarily, but in particular financially and in terms of humanitarian aid. And yes, it was right that we came to an agreement with our partners in January also to send battle tanks to Ukraine. Not only, or not because we think that tanks are great or harmless, but because we have to ask ourselves time and again, what if we do not take certain decisions? So we also have a responsibility for doing nothing or not doing things. And we decided that in this situation, as in the month before that, we would stand by the side of those who defend their freedom and who have the desire, similar to this school child, to allow for people to go back to their normal lives, to go back to school, to play volleyball, because this is what international law demands from us. It is encoded in the Charter of the United Nations. And when the Security Council fails with its P5 members and cannot make sure that we have world peace, it is a matter of the General Assembly. And the General Assembly in March has, with an overarching majority, given an answer. We stand on the side of international law. When it comes to deciding between right and wrong, between an aggressor and the victims, we stand on the side of the law and on the side of the people, because we do not accept that in Europe or other parts of the world, borders are being shifted based on violence and that millions of people are suffering. We do not accept that Vladimir Putin is enforcing onto us the logics of the past, where the right of the stronger counts more than international law. And this was the brutal lesson for many people, many countries in the world. It's not an abstract fear, in particular not for Moldova or Georgia. Even in Armenia, people see this as a real threat. And also in other places of the world, people see that if we would accept that a stronger aggressor invades a weaker neighbor, no country in the world would be safe in the future. The countries in Russia's vicinity, therefore, listen quite closely when they hear a sentence from Vladimir Putin, like after the dismantling of the Soviet Union, or the dismantling of the Soviet Union was the biggest catastrophe of the 20th century. And a few years ago, some people said, well, he didn't mean it. But now we see in Ukraine that he did exactly mean what he said. So this is why this question or this issue of trust is not an abstract issue. We cannot simply say yes, as I told you earlier. Not only Ukraine, but also the other countries in Russia's vicinity demand it. And this trust needs to be there also in the future. And this is why we, together with our partners and friends in Europe, will now review our safety and security and our defense. We massively invest in our security. And I think that we are not doing this based on some logics of the past century and say, well, these are our Western partners and friends. So from my point of view, it's not the West. Of course, everyone can define it in his or her own way. I'm 42. I did not grow up with this picture, East and West. So the large part, and we can be very grateful for that, the large part of my life was spent in a reunified Germany at the heart of a unified Europe. And so for me, this reviewing our structure does not only mean G7, NATO, and EU alone, but the Russian president basically thought that the EU would not be unified, and also that the OSCE or the Council of Europe would actually be in disagreement, because he thought there will be the EU countries on the one side and other states on the other side, but the contrary was true. And one of the most important sessions that actually was not really present in the media last year was the meeting of the OSCE foreign ministers. And the fact that this meeting took place was actually a real sensation on the one hand, but during that meeting, we intensively debated the question, did we fail? Or have we grown more closely together? And at the end of the 2 days, the result was that the OSCE continued to exist, even though it does not even have a budget because Russia is blocking it, even though no money is being transferred or paid to the own staff. And others, like Germany, have stepped in, that missions for other regions in the world are being started in order to become active when there are border disputes. This shows that even under the fiercest attack of international law, we can rely on our joint rules. The right, the law is stronger. We only have to defend it. We should not accept the strength of such a power. We will together fight for our security in Europe. And this is why it is also my main task. And I mean, this is basically also an event at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation for Diplomacy 2023, that we strengthen international cooperation, that we strengthen international law, and this is basically high on top of our agenda of international diplomacy.
The countries that are particularly closely linked to Russia need this diplomacy. When I traveled to Kazakhstan last October, I talked to my counterpart in Astana to talk about a wind farm that a German-Swedish company wants to build there on an area, by the way, as large as Brandenburg. Such projects are important in our fight against the climate crisis, but they also allow right here and now, where we see the most important crisis of our world, the climate crisis. Here we can help Kazakhstan to diversify its economic contacts, to create its own security using wind parks. Kazakhstan shares the world's largest land border with Russia, a border of over 7,500 kilometers. Nearly half of all Kazakh imports come from Russia, and Astana has always been one of Moscow's closest allies. But the war against Ukraine has also shaken this trust, these relations. When we condemned the Russian war of aggression in the United Nations, Kazakhstan did not side with Russia. When Russia declared the independence of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, Astana did not take part in this farce. Because it's clear it's a country that invades its neighbors, uses energy as a weapon. It has leading politicians that publicly question Kazakhstan independent statehood. Such a country is not a reliable partner for anyone. And not only Kazakhstan feels this, and that is why it is crucial right now that we explain to others outside Europe that they can trust us to work with them. We do that, we try to find new partnerships, be it with Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. We are with us when Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Georgia and others want to have EU membership, if they want to defend their infrastructure against hacker attacks. And those were also moments in the year of terror, 2022, that we can use our links to get stronger together. Let's take Bosnia-Herzegovina. Its candidate status 3 or 5 years ago, it would not have been possible to say that the EU would unanimously endorse that status. And we are there when a conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia in Nagorno-Karabakh has been waged for 30 years. We, as a community of peace in Europe, have decided we want to establish a new EU mission there. And I am very happy that we are going to have a German mission leader. I know that many people here in this room have been active in that region. There were exchange programs for schools, there were fundraising programs and human rights actions. You all have done so much for civil societies in all these countries. And with those countries, we want to strengthen our cooperation exactly at that moment when we see the attacks. We want to do that because we have a stable framework for that. The offices of the foundations, including the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, have become a second home for many people in the region, a home of democracy and freedom, where people can come and discuss and work and learn from each other and laugh with one another. Freedom is never given for free. It must always be won. This sentence is an incentive, a stimulus for many of the people in the region and for many people here in the room. And we know what this commitment is about. It's about millions of people in our immediate neighborhood. It's about bringing these people together. And this is my guideline for foreign policy. It's not just meeting ministers in the capitals. Our ultimate goal is bring people together so that they can talk to each other. And it's clear these states represent millions of people with different histories and traditions, different dreams and needs. It is this diversity that we want to focus on more strongly. When we say we defend our freedom, our peace, our common values, that doesn't mean we have to do things absolutely identically. It's all about also preserving diversity, and in our diversity to stand up to defend our common values that are shared by all mankind, freedom and peace. And we are going to strengthen these formats of cooperation with civil society, between schools, universities, and also between the political foundations. I am also very pleased that this week we decided in the Federal Cabinet that Robin Wagner, and by the way, he sits in the first row, will in future coordinate the cooperation with civil society with the Republic of Moldova, the South Caucasus, and Central Asia. He will be the coordinator for the German government. Dear Robin, your work will exactly follow this approach. We hear you. You can count on us. And we will send this message together, especially to civil society in Belarus and Russia, precisely because it is currently not possible to travel to these countries. Many brave Russians who opposed this war, they're not gone. Some of them were just locked away, but they're still there, and they need the dialogue more than ever before. In Belarus, there are still over 1,500 political prisoners in custody because Lukashenko oppresses his own people. For these people, we are creating specially tailored channels of dialogues and projects that neither Putin nor Lukashenko can destroy. With Russian civil society, we as the federal government are launching a round table. It doesn't sound very inventive, but a round table was already successful in history. And at that round table, we want to gather democratic Russian forces in exile so that they can continue to be active for a free democratic Russia. Of course, in difference to what we used to have 30 years ago, we need a new form of roundtable. What is more important than ever before are visas, scholarships, and digital networking opportunities. At the same time, we also want to talk about how we can continue to support civil society inside Russia. This year alone, we will implement over 50 projects with Russian NGOs and activists, not in spite of the war, but because of the war. Again, political foundations will play a major role there. Civil society in Belarus will receive our support in the form of our action plan. We promote independent media, offer protection programs for members of the opposition, and what is especially important, we are going to document human rights violations committed by the regime in order to be able to bring the culprits to justice, because it is clear we are not going to forget the democratic forces in Belarus and Russia. We are not going to leave these people behind. There might also be children not counting to 45 seconds, but they count every day until they can finally live in freedom again. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is in our very own interest to promote greater trust in Central Asia and South Caucasus. Because if our neighborhood is not safe, we will not be safe either. But also in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, we as networked economies have to rely on our partners. This became so evident during this last year of aggression and terror. On a global scale, we can only act together. And there we see that the perspective regarding Russia's war of aggression is a different one in many parts of the world. Let's have no doubts about that. So it is not enough to just travel there and say, please follow us, we'll tell you what to do, we know better. This will give us no success, and obviously we would not say such a thing. What matters is, from my perspective, to be willing and ready to put yourself in the shoes of your counterpart. If you have a 70% military dependence on Russia, I cannot simply say, of course, I'm going to implement all Western sanctions. And I cannot do that when my immediate border is threatened by my own neighbor. And that is why it is so important for us to always be willing and ready to see the perspective of the other, understand it, but also not be silent whenever an argument is used that violates human rights. But luckily enough, many often it's the same questions that I get in other parts of the world that I get in Kharkiv. Can we rely on you? It was a question I was asked in Sharm el-Sheikh during the last conference of the parties when we wanted to set up a loss and damage fund for the climate crisis. And we had said, okay, we have this proposal, people should be grateful. And we were surprised to meet resistance. And I remember one meeting when I thought, this can't be true. There are European countries saying we need to reduce CO2 emissions much more. We have said we want to set up a common joint fund. And one African country says, no, we reject all of that. And when we ask, well, we have no CO2 reduction and no financial funds. And they said, well, you've promised that too many times. And of course, the reason was that other countries exerted pressure. Their group of solidarity and confidence and trust is big, because in the older crisis, those countries were the ones that have helped them. So if we want to strengthen our alliances, we always have to understand we will not be met with endless confidence and trust before proving it. So when it comes to peace in Europe, for me, it's so important to ask the question about climate protection, not because I'm a member of the Green Party, but I believe in that because for many small countries, it is so decisive to know that their most important risk, the climate crisis, will be taken seriously. And we can only get the confidence of these countries if we do not just simply say yes, but if we do something, if we fulfill our commitment, if we finally set up the $100 billion fund and making sure that this climate crisis fund will be wisely spent. For us as Germans, that is crucial. Because if we want to overcome our dependencies, such as we get rid of our Russian dependency, energy dependency, and others want to get away from the military dependencies in that region, then it is only possible to get all of that if we have financial security. One thing is the military aspect. And luckily enough, many countries do not see us Germans as a big military power. So when it comes to military power, they would look at others. But countries say, well, Germany is a country that is reliable. It's the fourth largest national economy. And of course, we have many economic capabilities. And so therefore, a sustainable economic policy and sustainable economic relations and ties are within our own security interests. They supplement our foreign cultural and development cooperation, the work of our political foundations, and therefore, when we talk about security, for instance, in our national security strategy, we should see that as an integrated security comprising all of these different aspects and areas, including humanitarian help. Not only in the light of this awful disaster in Turkey and northern Syria. And of course, since we are currently negotiating our budget, and we have a lot of financial constraints. People say, you're the fourth largest economic partner, but we are the largest donor. Why don't we spend less money? My answer to that is trust is important. We are not a military superpower, but we are an important national economy, and trust and confidence is our most important currency. And if we want others to trust us, if we want them to support us when we want to secure our European peace order, they have to understand that we support them in their own security concerns, be it the climate crisis or be it such a natural calamity as the earthquake. They must have the security that the international community will come in. If they see that Germany does not provide the assistance that it used to provide in earlier years, then there will be no conference. And that is why I say we need to do the opposite. We need to understand that even after this Zeitenwende, this change of tides, the question of security has not become just a military question. Of course, we have to invest into our defense capabilities. We are vulnerable, and there is one central country in the world that does not implement international law and respect international law. But we need, at the same time, invest into international security, integrated security, and that takes more than a military budget. And that is why it is so important for us, with our partners in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, to develop meaningful offers that go beyond mere financial support in development cooperation, because those countries don't want to be just recipients. What they want is they want to invest together with us into their economies. And for that, we need fair offers. We need to have the confidence of our partners that we are not going to enter into short-term deals, but rather enter into short-term agreements, because trust is the life insurance for all these countries. If the sea levels rise, if the next drought is about to come, or if another natural calamity will happen, they need the trust. Trust in the world is essential. And that is why partners are essential in the world. And that is why we are so diverse, but we are united by one wish, in order to be able to have confidence that people will help us when we are in need. We will be able to always rely on this trust. The trust of the people in Kharkiv means we have to continue supporting them. The trust of people in Warsaw and Vilnius means that we have to show we will stand up for their safety. The trust of people in Astana, New Delhi, and Accra means that we will have to make substantial and fair offers for our cooperation. This trust cannot be taken for granted. We have to invest into such a development of trust and confidence every day. Can we rely on you? If we invest on a day-by-day basis into our international alliance, then we will always be able in the future to say, yes, you can rely on us.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Annalena Baerbock. A minister has quite a tight agenda and many appointments, but your team said that we can now ask one or the other question, and I think that we should not lose out on this opportunity. So 2 to 3 questions are allowed now. And I would like to ask you to raise your hand, and we'll start here with the ambassador from the Republic of Moldova. Hello, Madam Minister. I'm quite glad that you mentioned Moldova several times in your speech, so thank you very much for that. And my government is quite grateful also for the relationship that Germany has to Moldova and also the efforts that have been made. Much has happened in 2022 already, where Moldova, together with Ukraine, had the candidate status for the EU accession. Now we have to deliver, of course, but my question goes into a slightly different direction. I would like to talk about European foreign security and defense policy. So since the famous Putin speech at the Munich Security Conference in 2007, we could easily read where this change in the Russian or the Moscow rhetoric came from. So after that, we had the attack on Georgia and Crimea and Ukraine, and up until February 24th, 2022. So where did the European security and defense policy fail, or did it fail up until February the 24th, 2022? Well, obviously, the European foreign and security policy did not contribute to a prevention of this war. And I do share your view that there were some hints, and Jan-Philipp Albrecht at the beginning has already touched upon that. Also, we in Germany, and we are a democracy with different opinions, luckily, and different parties. And my party was also part of it. So certain things have been raised and mentioned time and again, also by my party. But of course, it's of no use to look only to the past and say who was wrong or who is right. This will not bring about peace. So now we have to do two things. We have to make sure, and this is the German Zeitenwende, we are self-critical as Germans. We did neglect certain warning signals. However, your country and other countries did utter warnings, and we ignored that. For example, when you think of Nord Stream 2, we have a special responsibility right now to act, and this is what we did and do with the Zeitenwende, not only in the military realm. I would like to say this and emphasize that, especially financially, especially when it comes to humanitarian aid. So we cannot simply say, okay, now we will accept a dictated peace, because this would mean accepting that hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people in eastern Ukraine would continue to live in unfreedom. And there are so many children that were abducted, basically, and we do not know where these children are. And this is the lesson from the past. Yes, we made mistakes in the past. And now, with regard to the support of Ukraine, we have to do everything so that Ukraine can live in freedom again and peace again. And your country needs support as well. This is why it's so important, and was very important also for me, to go to the Republic of Moldova and to launch this support platform right after the war of aggression started. And of course, the destabilization takes place in all areas. And this is the second part, which I didn't mention in my speech because I wanted to focus on the situation here in Europe, the lessons that we have to learn for other regions in the world. This is why we also are working on a China strategy, so that we will not repeat the mistakes of the past, in particular when it comes to dependencies that make us blind for certain developments. Another question in the fourth row, the lady in the fourth row. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. My name is Porogonetska. As we know, the Russian war in Ukraine has been raging for 9 years, and only now has it reached German perception. And thank you very much also for everything that you do to help Ukraine. But I have a huge plea, basically, and then this brings me to my question. So a lot is happening. Germany is doing a lot when it comes to weapons deliveries and also other areas. Of course, we would like to see quicker deliveries, but a lot is happening also when it comes to humanitarian aid. However, what does not reach civil society is a clear communication. Also, why it's so important to support Ukraine, and that Ukraine is not only defending its own freedom, but also the freedom of the whole continent of Europe. And it would be my plea to the Foreign Ministry, but also to others, to communicate more openly to the general public so that people can realize that not only the people that are present here in this room, but in general, the population in Germany in general. And you talked about the round table that you have set up with the activists from Belarus and Russia. We would also like to have such a round table with civil society actors from Ukraine. And we would also offer our support in that. And today we heard from Mr. Rasmussen that we urgently need an international security strategy. And I was wondering, is there a concrete idea what an international security strategy means? Is there a clear definition and indicators for that? Thank you. Well, thank you very much. In view of the time, I would like to briefly talk about the first aspect. This is a main part of my job. I have to make clear time and again that this is nothing that we should take for granted, that a country that's a 10-hour drive from here away is in the middle of a war. This should not become a normality, and we should not go back to our normal agenda like business as usual. So it's very important that we time and again explain what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. And the second aspect that plays into it is, luckily, we can continue to have an exchange with the Ukrainian civil society, which to a large extent is still in Ukraine, because we can travel there. I just make the distinction between Belarus and Russia, where we cannot always travel, so our work there looks different. But in particular, civil society in Ukraine and also the 1 million Ukrainians who have come to us, of course, we will have a close dialogue, not only through Robin Wagner, but also the whole foreign ministry in Germany will have a close exchange here. And with regard to the last part of your question that referred to the continued support in different areas, of course, we will make sure of that, and we will continue that together with our partners. So thank you very much. When I made the offer that some questions can be asked, many hands went up, and I would like to apologize to all those that cannot be picked. I have seen someone here with the headphones here, you're Benjamin Tallis. I think I'm following you on Twitter. I find you quite interesting. I would like to ask you to ask your question in German or English, whatever you prefer.
Indeed, I don't only exist on Twitter. It's true. Thank you for the kind invitation, and I'll use the opportunity to ask in English if you don't mind. Thank you, Minister Baerbock, for this speech. It was excellent to hear questions of trust being put front and center in your vision for integrated security that will come, and it's that I want to pick up on and ask a little more about. We see behind you the sign that says security in Eastern Europe and the Eastern Partnership. Now, the promises that were made to Central and East European countries have been broken too often by the EU, by Western European countries, and trust was very much felt to have been betrayed. Up until this year, our commitment to Ukraine remained half-hearted and rather at arm's length. Thankfully, we've seen a reawakening of the kind of approach that looked for opportunities rather than saw threats in these countries in our neighborhood. But I wonder how you would go about restoring trust with the neighbors in the Western Balkans as well, but also with the Central East European states, and fundamentally, because I think this is at the heart of the problem, restoring our trust in ourselves that actually our model is better and can win that systemic competition that will lead us to be more trusted and act as a true soft power in the world. Thank you.
And I'm trying to also jump between the different dimensions of the question. First of all, and this is not because I don't want to face ourselves as a German society or German politics with mistakes in the past, but because I believe that politics is for the future. We cannot change the past. We have to learn from the past, but we can only change the future. And this is why, for me, mentioning what we should learn from the past, but focusing on the future, also with regard to trust. And I believe also we have to understand, because I think these were some of the mistakes in the past, that we think what worked 50 years ago also works now, that we see opportunities, especially with cooperation in our direct neighborhood, in Eastern Europe, but especially in Central Asia, where we have a total different window of opportunity when we look to younger and future generations. I always meet women and girls and students, but especially young people. I go so often into classrooms when I go abroad, not because what some journalists might think this is way more easy. No, the toughest questions are actually there, but because the perspective is totally different. When I was in a classroom, for example, in Kazakhstan, one of the girls, and you never know what you experience, I wondered, okay, are they divided from their homes or with regard to Russian relation and so, and she was so worried. But I went to a Russian university here, and I thought, well, prejudices, coming from abroad, okay, probably totally Russian influence at home. But her question was the opposite, that I have only the opportunity to go here to a Russian-speaking university because there are hardly any European one. But would you accept me in Germany with a German employer when I have been at a Russian-speaking university? So this is a total different mindset, because normally if I would go to Kazakhstan, then people would say, okay, go there because you can do some mining and you get some raw materials. But the investments we have to do, especially with regard to our need for also talented young people, is obviously not only investing into mines and industry relationship, but also in universities. We have done so in the past as well, but with our cultural program, because we thought we bring the universities there and then we teach them a bit about our values. But also understanding this not only as a value question, but a hardcore interest question, because obviously if there are only 40 universities from Russia and only one halfly kind of European, this is not in our interest, because also then employees, not only because of the fear from the girl, but otherwise will not come to Germany. And changing this understanding is for me so crucial when I say we are investing also in our relationship with regard to Central Asia, with regard to the Western Balkans, and this divide, what we hear also often in the German debate, here are the values and there are the interests. I think this is, frankly speaking, total crap, because defending our values, which are rule of law, freedom and democracy, is in our interest, also in our business interest, because unfair competition is not good for any European company. And this flows into our strategy, and then focusing more on these countries, because frankly speaking, in the past, we didn't have a big focus on that region, and I think we should look really in detail into it and be frank to ourselves, because obviously there will be also countries, situations where we have to say, okay, stop, this doesn't work. If we want to have fair partnership, this cannot be a biased partnership where we are setting up free trade agreements and then somebody else is also owning the whole railroad system. Then we don't have a dependency directly, but an indirect dependency. So I think also for me, this is one of the lessons. We also don't have to be naive that in some areas we won't be successful, obviously. And this is why we definitely have to focus on those who do not only share, again, not Western values, but the values of international law and the rule of law. And this is for me the most important point.
Super. Vielen Dank, Annalena.
Thank you very much. You deserved a round of applause. Thanks for giving us your time. You gave us some homework to do. And so we will have a lot of food for thought. Federal Minister Annalena Baerbock, thanks for being with us today.
Ja, das war als eine.
Now we have received an overview of many challenges of German security and international policy, and we have a lot of work to do now. I would like to have my panelists now, Jürgen Trittin, Sophia Besch, Justina Gotkowska, and Marima Mohan.
So,
Before we start our discussion here on stage with our panelists and Mr. Trittin, I would like to invite our audience to be active as well. You may have noticed you've got some red and green cards on your chairs. So maybe I'm going to ask you some questions as well, and I will hand over that question then to our panelists. And at the same time, I know we also have our people sitting outside on the staircase. There are also people following us on the live stream, and maybe they've got questions as well. All of them, all of our audience can use the hashtag #OurPort2023. There you'd find the Foreign Policy and Security Desk of the Böll Foundation, and there is a tool where you can ask questions or answer questions. I will start with something that was raised by Annalena Baerbock when she talked about Central and Eastern Europe. She said we have to become better. We have to have a closer look. We have to be more trustworthy. My question to you is now the following one. We've had 1 year of a so-called traffic light government in Germany. What do you think is the German government's attitude vis-à-vis Central and Eastern Europe? Do you think we're doing better than the government we used to have earlier? If you think we are on a good track when it comes to our relations with Central and Eastern Europe, use the green card. But if you think there's still a lot of work to do, please raise the red cards. And you can also participate in our online voting tool. And what I see here in the room is quite a mixed picture. It's interesting, there are a few red clusters. But over and above, I would say there's more green than red. But it's not absolutely clear. So we have a mixed opinion. The attitude in the room is that we are doing fairly well when it comes to our relations with Central and Eastern Europe. Let me now ask Justyna Gotkowska, the head of the Center for Eastern Studies in Warsaw. She always follows the situation in Germany. And do you share this opinion as well, also in the light of Mrs. Baerbock's speech? Are we on a good track when it comes to developing ties with Central and Eastern Europe? And where do you see room for maneuver? Thanks for this question. I will start my answer from the position of a strategic situation, from the perspective of Central and Eastern Europe. And here I mean the Baltic states, Poland, the Visegrad Straits. The war in Ukraine, from their perspective, is of existential importance. And it is decisive, also, this war, for European safety and security. If Ukraine loses, we might be the next. Russia, in December 2022, has proposed two probable treaties focusing on the spheres of influence in Europe. And this doesn't end with the former Soviet Union states. So from a Polish perspective, my perspective, I have the following question. How about German politics? Has the German strategy changed vis-à-vis Russia, the Ukraine, and security policy in the framework of NATO? My answer to these questions, I will give them right now. From my Polish perspective, it's a regional perspective, I would say Russia must lose this war politically, militarily, and economically. As long as the regime doesn't change, we need to focus on isolation and deterrence, and we must focus on the victory of Ukraine. And here, delivery of weapons are decisive. Poland and other Central and Eastern European states have done a lot in that respect to support Ukraine. We have given up some of our own reserves, stockpiles. We have weakened our own defense capability to help Ukraine because their war is of existential importance for us. And the question now is, where's Germany? From our perspective, the answer to this question is not something that makes us absolutely happy. Germany could do so much more, especially when it comes to delivering heavy weapon systems. 14 howitzers, 14 Leopards that haven't even arrived. That is not enough. Germany supplies a lot of capabilities for air defense equipment and logistics, but Ukraine needs much more. And Germany, as the largest country in Europe, and the European Union could do much more. The next question from my perspective would be, what is the scenario that Germany has in mind when it comes to this war? Is it really the scenario described by Ms. Baerbock? That is to say, a complete victory of Ukraine, or is it rather a scenario that Germany wants to see this conflict, this war, frozen? This, unfortunately, would lead to a continuation of the conflict and another flare-up of the war. And the question would be, has anything changed here in Germany? From our regional perspective, my Polish perspective, I would say Ukraine in the mid and long term must become part of the West. EU and NATO membership of Ukraine is decisive. Otherwise, we are not going to have peace in Eastern Europe and beyond, because Russian attempts to recreate a neo-imperial Russia will not stop unless Ukraine becomes a member of the European Union and NATO. And so we in Poland, we wonder, how about Germany? Do they see the same strategy? My answer to that question would be no, Germany hasn't got the same strategy. We think that if Ukraine doesn't become part of the West in the years to come and remains in that buffer zone, then that will mean a continuing war in Europe, more wars, and a war that goes beyond Ukraine. The third aspect, security policy. As I said before, for Poland, for the Baltic states, this war is of essential importance. It's really a turning point. We have understood we could be next. And that is why Poland and other states of the region have invested a lot into defense capability. We invested quickly. And here the question again is, how about Germany? Does Germany have the same opinion about the security policy? And does Germany think the same? When we look at the reform of the German armed forces, after 1 year of a war in Europe, not much has happened. We have the special fund, but not much money from that special fund was spent. There are not many modernization projects started in Germany, and the 2% defense budget has not been reached. The most important question for me is, how about the German strategic culture? From what I hear from German politicians, I hear a lot about German angst, fear of a war, fear of an escalation. I don't hear much about strategic thinking. So I follow German politics, and I can say the Germans are much more advanced compared to the German mainstream, the overall German government. But generally, I would say that Central and Eastern Europe, once again, is not being heard in Berlin, unfortunately. These were critical words. Jürgen, can you now respond to that, because you'll get worse statements? Well, you're the foreign policy spokesperson of the Green Party. That is why you have to explain German foreign policy, and you're the punching ball for our panelists today. So after the friendly fire from Warsaw, let's get some more friendly fire from Washington, Delhi, and then you can respond and explain German foreign politics. And having said this, I'm going to move to the second question, and again, I'm going to ask our audience first. We will look at Washington, D.C. now. And one question that we are all faced with in the context of the war is the United States have saved the statehood of Ukraine. They are still the most important power for security in Germany. But the United States would pass on to Germany to become the next lead nation. The question just is Germany able to be the lead nation? To provide stability in Eastern Europe. If you think that is the case, show us your green card. If you think we are far from being capable, then show us the red card. And I see one green card in a sea, in an ocean of red cards. Sophia Besch, maybe you comment on that question right now. Sophia Besch works at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington. There, she always explains German foreign policy. And of course, she's very close to us because she's part of our security policy working group. Sophia, how about Germany? Is Germany able and capable of being the lead nation for stability in Central and Eastern Europe? What is your position? Well, I don't have to say much. We've seen what our audience thinks, but let me talk about the nuances. That is a question that I get very often in Washington. The leadership role and the leadership desire to here in Germany. The German word lead nation is Führungsmacht, and Führung is, of course, a word that is somehow tainted in Germany. Of course, we have the German claim that we always want to act together in an alliance. And of course, there is, of course, a contradiction to being the lead nation. And that has something to do with our past, with our history, and we want to be part of an alliance. But the Chancellor also has said Germany wants to take leading responsibility. In that first Zeitenwende speech, it wasn't written on black on white, but it has something to do with us being the largest economic power, the center of Europe, and therefore we have to have a defense budget substantial enough for us to take the leads. And as far as Washington's and the American perspective is concerned, they do understand that the definition of leadership in Germany is different from the definition of leadership in the United States. Our hope to act in unity, they hope we will do it constructively instead of restrictively. Acting in unity can mean many things. It can mean I sit back and wait until the others start acting. But it can always mean that we bring people together, not leading together, but bringing people together to form a proactive alliance. And here I think it is very important for us as Germans not only to look at Washington, but look at Europe as well. And maybe during that panel we are going to talk about the European capability to act more.
And following up on Annalena Baerbock's speech, I think it's a lot about trust and confidence. And trust is also material trust, and it builds on investments also in the military and security policy capacities of Germany within NATO, so that Germany is eventually able to fulfill its pledges, and only then will be able to fulfill this leadership claim. Or this leadership role. And this is also the expectation in Washington, that we do these investments. And Joe Biden is quite a strong transatlanticist. And he, of course, considers the United States as a leading power also in this war. But also in Washington, people know that this might be the last transatlantic president. And it's not only about the U.S. orienting itself toward the Pacific. It's also about a change in the politics in general in Washington. So this is also why Washington wants to see a Europe that is aware of its role and that we are able to act together in the future in Europe. So thank you very much. Now I would like to leave the transatlantic region and look towards Asia, because as it's often being said, when you have an exchange on large geopolitical questions, then we have to say that Asia is important with the two emerging powers, India and China. We talk a lot about China, but not that much about India, in fact. And at the same time, we very often read that in this new complex, India might become the key ally of the West. And this is why I would like to ask you, first of all, this is my question. Do you have the impression that the German foreign policy has understood the potential of India as a key ally in the 21st century? So Annalena Baerbock went to India recently, and Gina Mohan will also talk more about India. But do you have the impression that we sufficiently consider India an important ally? If you say yes, green card. If you say no, red card. And I can see more red cards than green. Some people hold up both, so maybe it's a mixture of both. So the trend clearly is red. So Garima Moham, what's your impression as an observer also of German foreign policy, but also of the Indian policy? Garima Mohan is a scientific contributor of the German Marshall Fund, and I think you went to Delhi with Annalena Baerbock recently. So how is our position towards India?
Afternoon, and I really did not think it would fall on me to inject a dose of optimism in this panel, but I'm here to do that. And let me give you a perspective from the Indo-Pacific. It's been extremely interesting listening to all of you in the first panel and the second panel, really listening to European debates. I would wonder how many of you knew when the German government released the Indo-Pacific Light Linien a couple years ago. I don't think a lot of people stood up and took note. But since the war in Ukraine, I feel the distance between Europe and Indo-Pacific has reduced. And I don't mean, of course, geographically, the distance is not reduced, but in terms of what Minister Baerbock was mentioning earlier, contested borders, aggressive countries, conventional war, all of these were challenges we were facing in the Indo-Pacific. And Europe, when we looked at the sort of relationship between Asia and Europe, Europe seemed to be living in a post-modern, post-conflict world. Perhaps that was not true. We were choosing to look at it that way. But certainly the war in Ukraine and Russia's aggression has opened new channels of communication, both for Asia to understand Europe and Europe to understand Asia. For me, where I think Germany has done a good job, and I would definitely give props to the Green European party there, not just because I'm here, but also because of the role your minister had played in understanding how the Russia challenge and lessons from Russia can be applied to China. The debates that we've seen emerge in Berlin on China in particular have been slow, they've been late. Other European capitals have been far quicker to understand the complexity of the China challenge, but everything we're hearing since then has been absolutely on point. And this understanding that the region, what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, will have a clear impact on security and prosperity in Europe. Let's look at the role China is playing in this war. Let's look at how the China-Russia relationship is shaping up. Let's look at how Russian disinformation is making it difficult for Europeans to build coalitions in Asia. This is not just, the case of India, which has been difficult, particularly on this question, and the minister mentioned Indian dependencies for military technology on Russia, the India-China border question, but simply that Europe had abandoned Asia and looking at Asia for a long time, and that vacuum, frankly, was filled in by Russia. The disinformation game is strong. People in the region don't really know what NATO does, don't really know what European politics are, and Russia fills in its, frankly, disinformation in the region. But also in terms of building military partnerships, building infrastructure, being there for these countries where Europe had abandoned. I think this is really a time for Europe to wake up and reckon with the Indo-Pacific theater, and I'm happy to see the right signs emerging. Minister Baerbock has visited the region a couple of times. She was in India. We hosted her in December as well, and I think there were some really good conversations about sanctions, targeted sanctions, how to make coalitions, what countries can say publicly, what they cannot. So I think these are good signs. I think Chancellor Scholz will also go to India later this year. So this is a good beginning, but as you mentioned, often the debates in Berlin is only about China. Every other country is secondary. We talk about diversifying away from China, but what does that mean? Do we have the capability to understand the rest of the region? That's a little bit of a question mark. And I hope there are more experts coming up in Berlin who understand contemporary politics, not just of India, but also other countries in the region.
Vielen Dank, Garima Mohan. Ich schaue mal kurz dich an, Corinna, weil die Frage...
Thank you very much, Garima Mohan. I'm looking to you now because we also asked the questions online, the questions that we've asked here. You can just give me a sign. Have we received sufficient answers? Okay, we'll wait out for a little while. So for those who have joined an online hashtag, you can use it or go to on Twitter, use the foreign policy department, and when we've reached critical mass, Corinna can give us some feedback from the online audience. So now, Jürgen Trittin, foreign policy spokesperson of the Greens, you have given some feedback, friendly fire from different regions. One topic that has popped up in all three areas is that things are changing in Germany when it comes to Eastern European policy, transatlantic context, or towards Asia, but very slowly. And this has already been mentioned this morning. So why is this change, even though we talk about the Zeitenwende, and we feel this sense of urgency, why does it take so long? Or do you at all share this view that everything takes a lot of time in Germany until the geopolitical coordinates are readjusted? Jürgen Trittin. Well, I think this is part of the democratic stability in this country, that the basic law is resistant to sudden change, so changes need to come about slowly, but then they are more sustainable. This is one of the reasons why, despite the developments that we see throughout the world, and who would have thought that 70 years ago, even though in those countries who have liberated us, would now consider Germany as a main place of democratic stability. So I wouldn't see this as a reproach, basically. But I would also like to ask you to consider what has changed when it comes to the foreign policy of the federal government. So very often people try to juxtapose the foreign minister and the chancellor these days. But when I look at the German government's foreign policy, I have to say the following. So up until a few years, Asia policy was a China policy. And the Federal Industry Association basically had the main say. So we did not take into account other European partners and their interests. And the rest of Asia was not really of any interest. So when I look at the foreign activities of the chancellor in the past and the other politicians then, it was predominantly an economic trips. And they in Singapore or at the G20 in Indonesia, it was a complete contrast to the old tradition of Germany's East Asia policy, which was predominantly a China policy. And this is something to do with the German Zeitenwende, with the insight that it is, on the one hand, right that economic interconnections can reduce the likelihood of conflict, but a one-sided dependency is something that might encourage others to exacerbate conflicts. And in this spirit, I would say that we have found a starting point, and this is also being enhanced through governmental consultations with India and other countries, that leads to a visible change of the German East Asia policy. And part of it is that this foreign minister is working on a new China strategy, and publicly it is being perceived that one are in favor of interests and the other in favor of values. That's rubbish. It's about a realistic China-focused policy. And a realistic China policy has to take into account the risks for our interests that result from the changing authoritarian character of China if it wants to be a good interest-based foreign policy. So we cannot simply say we are not interested in neglecting the International Sea Court and the obligations in connection with Hong Kong, and we continue with our China policy. So this is basically the key why we have to work on the new China strategy. And this is also the reason why we are having discussions with regard to a new national security strategy. I think Annalena has described it very nicely, and I would also defend the multidimensionality of it. It's not the case that in Germany we don't know that for a long time a lot of money has been spent for nothing. I mean, we cannot put it differently. I always said with a defense budget which is almost as big as Russia's, and Russia has waged several wars with it, and we cannot even provide good underwear to our troops that are in the Baltic states at the moment for NATO. So now we have 100 billion additional debts for this special fund in order to mitigate this situation. But we also realize that in this dispute with Russia, and I explicitly would like to say dispute with Russia, has several dimensions. No, NATO is not in a military dispute with Russia, but we are in an economic dispute with Russia. So we simply have to say this. I mean, we're also in a propaganda war with Russia and a systemic dispute with Russia. But in this dispute, it would be absolutely wrong, as it is being said in some parts of the government, in contrast to the coalition agreement, that the additional funds that we have to spend for our integrated security, I mean, it would be wrong to no longer invest in additional efforts in the field of diplomacy, and economic cooperation and humanitarian assistance, etc. So Mr. Rasmussen has laid out a model for a security guarantee for Ukraine, and this model is based on allowing Ukraine or putting Ukraine in a situation where it has a capable defense industry at the level of Israel in terms of the international level. So to cut the spending is not in line with our discussion of what we need. So the question, what will the Germans deliver, is an unanswered question. It's an open debate in the government whether we will eventually manage to come up to our own demands, which is based on a security strategy which takes into account the safety of life, of freedom, of our livelihood in a concept, and which is laying out a concept of resilience, of defense capabilities, and whether this can become part of our budgets. This will be the interesting debate this year, and some, of course, will ask how quickly can we do it, and it all comes down to the funding. And one other aspect, especially when we have discussions under this headline here,
maybe we should also see what the future will have in store. I think there's one thing where Russia has already lost. The war in Ukraine is going to massively and sustainably weaken Russia geostrategically. The longer the war, the more there is a risk for Russia to get dependent on China. And here I'd be a bit more cautious when answering the question about leadership. I mean, I was the Minister of the Environment in the European Council for a long time. And there was always a saying, well, the big countries shouldn't dominate the smaller countries. But as soon as Germany and France had reached an agreement, they said, well, you didn't listen to the smaller countries. So we should not only look at that. We see a transatlantic honeymoon with the Biden administration, but there might be a return of Trumpism, and then it will be the task for Europe to develop its own geostrategy, acting solely on the basis of its own responsibility. And I think here Germany cannot do it alone. It needs partners in Europe, important partners. And that is why becoming a leader for me always means being a leader in the framework of the European Union. If you want to respond, give us a show of hands. If there's nothing coming from you over there, let me return to a topic mentioned by Annalena a lot, the question of partnerships. Germany, last but not least, must rely on partners to develop its model of a successful trade nation. And that brings me again to the question of India as a potential key ally. Because one thing we've learned and seen in the course of this 23rd Foreign Policy Conference, we have our comfort zone, NATO, EU, and we might also include 3 East Asian democracies. But outside that comfort zone, most countries have an ambivalent attitude vis-à-vis Germany and the West. Not completely antagonistic, but more neutral. When we need partners, key allies in the global south, partners such as India, Derima, may I ask you, what should Germany do? How could Germany approach a country as India to get them interested in having a more comprehensive partnership?
A part of your question was already answered by what Mr. Titten said, that Asia policy for so long was China policy. It's simply not a question of how can we work with partners like India, it is a question of why did we ignore partners like India for so long? France did not do that. The EU and Brussels woke up. I mean, UK has had a pretty tumultuous relationship with India, but they understood. And in the last 5 years, we've actually seen India sign extremely interesting green strategic partnership with the Netherlands, a blue strategic partnership based on water with Denmark, a strategic partnership with Finland, Nordic Summit. I mean, it feels to me that slowly every European country is seeing the value and benefits of working with India. Germany has still been reluctant and slow. And let me say that the outreach has been from both sides. So it's not just Europe interested in India. India's diplomatic investments in the West have increased tremendously. Now, I would like to talk about this because often in German media, European media, we hear a lot of India's relationship with Russia. But let me give you a snapshot of what India does with the West now. Of course, I'm sure everybody has heard of the Quad, but Indian students want to go to Western universities and study abroad in the West. In fact, we had more students in Ukraine than we had in Russia when the war broke out. Indian trade, India has started negotiating free trade agreements, and a majority of them are with countries of the West. Indian companies want to work with markets and economies of the West. In terms of technology, Europe is India's primary partner. In terms of diversifying its weapons platforms, military equipment, technology, India is looking towards the West. So it has been a concerted effort to engage Europe, to engage with the United States and other partners. Of course, with Europe, there's always been a baggage which has been exploited by countries like Russia, which can spin anti-imperialist narratives and bring them in this partnership as well. But India has been trying a lot to reach out to partners here. It is understood the future arc of Indian foreign policy is bending towards the West. It's actually not towards the East. So the time is ripe. Why are we not taking over this opportunity? And I'm very glad when Minister Baerbock came to Delhi, because then the discussion was more nuanced. It was not so much about why did you abstain from a UN vote, but also what role can India play in its upcoming G20 presidency? By the way, it also has the presidency of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization this year. What can India do to bridge the gap between the West and the global South? The Indian foreign minister likes to say that India is a Western Southern country. Now, this is incredible for a country whose identity has been in the non-aligned movement, whose identity has been in the non-West for so long, to say that we want to play a leadership role in bridging the gap between the West and the global South. And by the way, India did just that at the G20 summit in Bali, which had a very, very strong final statement on Ukraine. So I think there is an opportunity to not simply write off New Delhi, but actually see where Europe can work with it, particularly in these important platforms like G20, and making sure that the response to Ukraine is mirrored and understood in other global South countries, which, by the way, have very different understandings of the conflict.
Vielen Dank, Karima Möhan. Ich glaube,
Thank you very much. I think the partnership with India that we can and should expand still harbors a dilemma for the green foreign policy. And here I would just mention the buzzword value-based foreign policy. Why am I saying it's a dilemma? I think cold geopolitical reason tells us India would be a good partner. The value-based heart says that India at the moment is governed by a nationalist government. To put it even harsher, we could say it's a kind of neo-fascist government that is in power in India. And this is some kind of tension that we also have, to a lesser extent, with Poland. Justina, we should have a stronger partnership with Poland. Excuse me for being so provocative. From the point of view of a green value-based foreign policy, we have our limits. But as soon as we leave security policy and as soon as we see what the Polish government says about LGBTIQ rights that are important to us as Greens. So that was my provocation to all of you. Justina, may I first of all ask you, how can we deepen a German-Polish partnership at a time where we have our common threats? For Poland, the threat is even higher. And what do we do about the fact that in Poland, outside security policy, there are a number of topics where a German government that wants to have a feminist and a feminist foreign policy finds it somehow difficult? Thank you for this question. I am dealing predominantly with security policy, and so I'd better focus on that area. And first of all, let me explain how we could get a partnership in the security policy arena. A prerequisite for a close, true partnership in security policy. It would be necessary for Germany to implement its Zeitenwende in the security policy field. When it comes to Russia and the Ukraine, the implementation of a modernization and reform of the federal armed forces, a German commitment, stronger commitment in NATO. Here, Germany should show that Germany takes the military security of Europe seriously. I do agree with you that our confrontation with Russia has also different dimensions, and here Germany's contribution is important as well. But from our perspective, this hard military security at the moment is priority number one. And here we have to do more, both in the region and in Germany. And I think if Germany proves to be a reliable partner in that respect in the years to come, and many people have high hopes, given that Germany has Mr. Pistorius as the new Minister of Defense. We hope that he is going to tackle the modernization topic and the topic of NATO's eastern flank. Here, I think we would have many more opportunities to strengthen German-Polish cooperation in the military field. When it comes to the military presence in Lithuania and the Baltic states, more common exercises, more cooperation when it comes to air defense. And I think this happens already with the German Patriot batteries in the south of Poland. Of course, a decisive element will be the outcome of the Polish elections. I think the Polish elite is skeptical when it comes to Germany and the development of the Zeitenwende. And after the elections, we'll have to see which party is going to win and form a government. I think there will be a cooperation, an attitude for more cooperation with Germany in the field of security policy. Jürgen, now I'd like you to respond to these issues. We always proclaim our value-based foreign policy. And in that concrete respect, we have to strengthen our German-Polish relationship. So is it a stumbling block that Poland has a government that does not agree with us on all the principles that we consider important? Or would you say, like Agnieszka, within security policy, we have enough room for cooperation, and there will be a time for later to solve all our other common sort of problems? So what is your dilemma between value-based foreign policy and the current security policy aspect? Well, I prefer the term value-based realpolitik. Realpolitics, I know why I prefer this term. And I know you were not saying that the Polish government is fascistoid. It's an attitude I would not support. It's a nationalist, a right-wing populist government that has an extreme difficulty with a division of powers. But as far as fascist insinuations are concerned, I wouldn't use that term. Of course, we have to deal with what we have, and sometimes we should have this in mind when we have a discussion about that. The Polish Peace Party is conducting an election campaign. And of course, they do it for their own voters, for their own electorate, and they always are successful. When they accuse Germany, we have to acknowledge that they do it for their internal purposes. We have to be confident enough just to turn a blind eye of that instead of exaggerating all these things. Then, as Germany, sometimes we must say we spend a lot of money for little achievements. So we have a very unclear procurement system. A lot of our military material is not ready to fight. We have reported 290 Leopard tanks for collective alliance defense, also for the Polish territory. And really, we only have 100 of these tanks that are workable. So this is our legacy. This is what we have to deal with. On the other hand, we also have to have in mind that Germany, next to the United States and the UK, is one of the 3 big suppliers of weapons for Ukraine. Germany has worked within the framework of the European Peace Facility, and regularly 1/4 of the national funds, of our national funds, were provided. And in spite of the equipment deficit that we have, in spite of the fact that our Puma tanks are very difficult to operate, but still in Lithuania we have taken good action. I think more is possible, more is necessary. But sometimes they paint a dark picture that Germany is doing nothing and all the rest are doing a lot. This is something that I wouldn't agree to, because for common European security, it makes a difference whether Estonia spends 3% of its GDP or Germany spends 2%. Depends. It's a major difference for the overall security of Europe. Last remark of mine, talking about values. When we talk about values, I think we should be honest. Let's take the example of South America, where the chancellor just was. There's a lot of difficulty we have with the attitudes, the attitude of the Brazilian government and others, and also our relationship to India. We do not have a world that consists solely of East and West. There are 4 different latitudes, and each of our regions has a history and a truth of its own. And it is not true that we always had a value-based policy in the West and in the United States. We see it in Latin America, and there is no major reason why a democracy cannot be colonial. And I think we have to have this in mind. And this is one of the difficulties. If we say we want countries such as Brazil and India takes a different decision. I mean, India has a problem. It's not a dictatorship. It's a country that we can have as a partner in our alliance. But first and foremost, we must be honest enough to say that for a long time we have been using double standards. I am not saying this because I want to prevent a new policy to be developed, but we have to have this legacy in mind when we enter into partnership with these countries, because in their collective memory, this reality exists.
We had double standards for a long time, but this means that you imply or insinuate that we have improved and that we now have at least the beginnings of a value-based foreign policy. Well, I'm rather someone who's full of optimism. I think we can improve, and this government has embarked on this path, but I cannot promise you anything. Well, I would like to ask this question to the audience, because I think it's also one of our Twitter questions. So do you think that Germany has a value-based foreign policy? If yes, show us the green card. If no, show us the red card. And I'm looking forward to your answer. It is quite a mixed picture, I have to say. Here we have more green cards. Well, I think green is... we have more green cards. So we do see signs of a value-based foreign policy. Now I'm looking at Corinna. Is there interesting feedback from the internet that you would like to share with us? Unfortunately, she's not using a microphone. I cannot hear it. Should we give you a microphone, or is it too little? Too little, okay. So this morning it was better, maybe due to the moderator, the facilitator, which was better. So Sophia, you wanted to say something. Well, in terms of values and interests, much has been said already. I think I'm in line with the foreign minister here that we should not raise this question as some kind of juxtaposing aspect, but it's both part of our foreign policy. But I would like to say a few words on procurement, because this topic was brought up. And I fully agree to Mr. Trittin. I think that the reforms are absolutely necessary. And I see that here there are people in the audience who are from the Defense Committee. I'm really happy about the pressure that is exerted in the Defense Committee. We really need to tackle this huge task, which should not be taken lightly if we want to implement this Zeitenwende also in the military realm. I do think that the European dimension also has to be taken into account here, because we are faced with the risk that at the moment we see defense spending like shopping bonanza. All the member states have ramped up their defense budgets, which is right. This is good. But the problem is that we are running the risk that we might end up in 5 years from now where we were before the war started, which is a non-interoperable European defense capability. Everyone is spending money on different systems. We are spending twice as much as we would have to if we would cooperate here. And in the long term, we are faced with the risk of spending too much money now, and that we might see a crowding out effect, which means that the smaller states and the Eastern European front states that are mostly affected by that might not get their share in this expenditure. So when it comes to European procurement, then of course, I mean, there have been suggestions from the Commission and the European Parliament on how to approach the funding or creation of funding incentives and a better coordination at the European level. And last aspect, also Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia need to be taken into account. So when we have a joint European procurement, then we also have to think about interoperability when it comes to our troops and the defense industry in those countries before they become a member. Because what we do now, what we decide upon now, is what we will use in 10 to 15 years from now. That much about procurement. Justina, I saw that you would like to react to it, but be very brief, please, because I also would like to include the audience. Well, thank you. I just wanted to say a few words about the criticism from Poland towards Germany, because very often I hear that this is an element of the Polish electoral campaign. This is peace propaganda, and sometimes I'm also called a propagandist, usually on Twitter. So if you assess the criticism in that way, if you have such a view on that criticism, the strategic situation, and how this region looks at Germany, then of course you have a distorted view on the perception of Germany and Europe in that region when it comes to this war. And I would like to warn people to simply denounce it as peace propaganda. Large parts of the political landscape in Poland consider the German policy in the same way. And this is also a view that is widely spread in the Baltic states and northern states. And I think we sometimes tend to speak alongside each other. Sometimes Germany tries to dodge these strategic questions that I've raised. And then Germany prefers to talk about deficits in the Polish democracy and rule of law. And I think that this is unfair, and this is not really up to the situation when we have to talk about very important strategic and security policy related questions. Thank you very much, Justina. Well, we have almost 15 minutes left. I already see a hand going up here and here as well. So maybe, first of all, the gentleman over there, and then Michaela Schreier, and then we can go over here. And I would like to collect a few questions before we answer it. My name is Sama'i Salim. 2 remarks. The US has not been a global judge. It has been a global sheriff. Now my second remark. In Forum First, Robert Kagan issue, the first issue, 2022, he says, Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 41, the attack of Japan on Pearl Harbor, then 9/11, and Ukraine are a consequence of hegemony. It is not what we say or hear every day. So what would you say in this regard? Thank you very much. Michaela Schreier, first row. Well, very brief question from my side. In terms of the coordination in the procurement within the EU, this is a question to Ms. Besch. So how would you assess the fact that Poland has now decided to give its Leopard tanks to Ukraine and buy Abrams tanks instead? Thank you very much. I see more hands of people who have already asked a question, so this is why I would like to give you the floor and then you afterwards. So you have already posed a question. Thank you. My question refers to Mr. Trittin, because I think he is knowledgeable in this regard, and this is connected to the ambassador's question. There have been many mistakes in the German foreign policy, and my question is whether there is the political will to form an enquete commission in order to investigate the German Russia policy, because the fact that you should learn from your mistakes in order to avoid them in the future is not really sufficient from my point of view. So I would like to know if there is the lesson, if you've learned the lesson that those people who have conducted this policy for many years have to be made responsible for it, and that we all learn from it. Last question now. To my great question, my friend Garima Mohan. I was in Washington recently, and I was told that under normal circumstances, India would be a very difficult partner because they have a double standard policy. They buy Russian gas at a low price and sell it to the Western states at a high price. There is a strong Hindu nationalism. The Hindu race is considered more valuable than other races, which is very problematic for people in Germany. But still, in Washington, people say, with regard to a realpolitik, realistic policy, India could be a strategic counterbalance towards China. Should we Germans or Europeans see it the same way, that India is a difficult partner in terms of domestic policy, where the press is being suppressed, and we also hear it from our correspondents, where there are huge difficulties for minorities and a difficult political system. But should we still say, just to create a counterbalance to China, that we neglect all these aspects and still consider India as a partner? This would be my question. Great. Now I would like to say that we start a final round. Karima, we start with you. Final statement, 1 minute.
I think that's a question that I've been getting for the entire time, the 10 years that I've been working on India and Europe. I do think the juxtaposition of should we work with India or should we completely let it go is a false binary. Any country in the Indo-Pacific you can pick up, you will not find a perfect democratic record. You will not find a perfect human rights record. And as we just had a discussion, you don't even have that here in Europe. So I do think that you don't need to ignore what's going on in India to have a partnership. The EU and India just revived their human rights roundtable. If you, as I said, India is also doing an outreach to the West. This is an opportunity to engage and ask difficult questions. The United States does it, but as you mentioned, the China challenge is a bigger challenge for the US. Europe is in a different position, and it should and will take a different approach. I do strongly take issue with the juxtaposition of let's not work with India. Where was this when you were working with China? Everything was ignored, and two wrongs don't make a right. Yes, we should learn from our mistakes of what we did with China, what we did with Russia to an extent, but let's understand that it's not so black and white. These countries have a rich history, culture, struggles with democracy. We know it too. We're working for it as well. And I'm sure there are rights groups in India who would love to have support of governments. The Bill Foundation does great work on this as well. So that's the point I would like to end with. The black and white characterization, it bothers me. Thanks.
Sophia Besch, es gab eine Frage zur europäischen Rüstungsindustrie.
There was also a question in terms of the European defense industry, which you would like to answer, Sophia. Yes, I can fully understand why Poland has taken its decision the way it did. On the one hand, it was about the quick provision of equipment that was absolutely urgently needed. On the other hand, it was about the partnership and the security guarantees that they hoped from the United States by buying this equipment. And on the other hand, it was about the European project of the next tank generation after the Leopard. It was only pursued by France and Germany, and Poland did not really join in. So this means, from a Polish perspective, it's absolutely logic to not put all eggs in the European basket. There are different reasons why countries do not procure together. On the one hand, it's the financial and the bureaucratic effort they would have to make. And of course, the EU could make a start here. They could try to streamline it, try to reduce bureaucracy, to make it easier for countries to procure together. But there are also other reasons why some countries do not want to do it. One reason is that you would like to get security guarantees, for example, from the US, and you might also prefer to buy off-the-shelf high-tech instead of developing it your own. And of course, this can only be tackled with political will. This can only be done at the membership level. The EU cannot really try to influence the national rationale. But I hope that with the different insights about which we have heard a lot throughout the day, that it's not only about the security in Ukraine, but in Europe as a whole, we will see in the long run that there will be a political will and a change in the political will in the national states, and that everyone realizes that we have to jointly invest in our common defense. Justina, in terms of procurement, yes, Poland gave 300 old post-Soviet tanks to Ukraine, and now 100 refurbished post-Soviet tanks will be supplied, and we also start with the Leopard tank deliveries. Norway recently announced that they would order 54 Leopard A2 tanks in Germany, and the delivery period is 2026 to 2031. What does this mean for Poland? So the Polish decision was quite clear. So if the Ukraine loses and we are next, then of course we need a quick supply of tanks. So this is why Poland did not only order in the US the 200 Abrams tanks, but also in South Korea, because they can deliver quickly and the deliveries will come now. And this is basically the experience with the defense industry in Europe and in Germany. Germany cannot deliver tanks quickly or cannot produce tanks quickly. And this is an area where Germany needs to improve. And you also need to give incentives to the defense industry. You need other legal provisions so that we can become better in this area. We can produce more quickly in this area because the need is huge. It's not only the German armed forces, it's the Ukraine that needs to be supplied with. It's the eastern flank, it's all of Europe that needs to ramp up its defense capabilities. And this is another very important area, especially problematic for the Greens, but we have to do much more than before.
Point.
Thank you very much. There was one question about Ostpolitik, the policy vis-à-vis Eastern Europe, that there were so many assumptions that never came true. And the question, are you going to take stock of our old ideas of Ostpolitik, or is it all going to be pushed under the carpet? As a member of the party that during the 16 years of Grand Coalition and Black and Yellow Coalition, we have been saying time and again, Putin is not an ally, is a danger, is going to be repressive, both inside and outside his own country. And so we have finally brought about change. Are we going to have an inquiry committee with the consent of those who will be responsible for the old policy? But my recommendation would be to, first of all, look at the new paper of the Social Democratic Party regarding foreign policy and security policy. They are very self-critical, and I really see that there are practical changes that have already taken place. So instead of a historical stock-taking, I think we should be practical and look at the new positions. Maybe such an inquiring committee will come in the next term, but we never know. As far as defense is concerned, of course, we need to develop our own defense capabilities. But of course, we need more demand. And that was the practical reason why Poland looked at the United States and Korea. And it was also the practical reason why we bought the F-35 from the United States. But we have a much more far-reaching dissents. Many countries in the European Union think that in our multipolar world, and that's an experience we've had over 4 years, in our multipolar world, we cannot just rely on an absolutely firm alliance with the United States. Investment always costs money and a lot of resources, but it is the reason why we have to invest into our own European sovereignty. And of course, that leads to some unpleasant questions like what will happen to nuclear deterrence? But I think, or I know, that European sovereignty and strengthening European sovereignty is the strategic bone of contention that we have also with Poland, not just with the Peace Party, but everywhere. There we have a French-German position, and we have another position in the countries of Central Europe. Overcoming this dissent is very important for us to become capable of taking joint action in the whole of the European Union. Thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting tour d'horizon. We looked at the German green international security policy. My summary is we're on a good track. We could be faster, but I also learned that the Zeitenwende has set things in motion. And we all have learned it would be better if we were all a bit faster. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was the 23rd Foreign Policy Conference of the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. Before I say goodbye, I would like to thank our panelists, Garima Mohan, Sophia Besch, Justina Gotkowska, and Jürgen Trittin. A few more names to mention before you applaud. I also would like to say thanks to Melena Grunewald, my colleague. She comes from the Foreign and Security Policy Desk. She was my co-organizer for this conference. I also would like to thank Corinna Fischer from the Global Diplomacy Lab. She was very helpful in organizing this conference. I also would like to thank our event office. Thanks to all our interpreters. Probably was a very complicated debate we had. They had to follow all of that and bring it across to another language. Thanks to all my colleagues from the Böll Foundation for having supported me. And I would like to mention some very special colleagues, my colleagues in Ukraine. At the moment, their conditions are so difficult. They have bomb raids, they have power outages, but they continue to work for the Böll Foundation in the Ukraine. I do not know whether you follow us online, but I'm proud of you, and now I think it's time for applause. See you all in 1 year from now. That was the 23rd Foreign Policy Conference of the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. Goodbye.